Hey, I'm flying solo today, so bear with me.
You'll be great.
All I needed that.
Good morning and welcome to the May 23rd meeting of the DC Historic Preservation Review Board. My name is Marnique Heath, the chair of the board. Public notice of this WebEx meeting and participation instructions have been emailed to the project applicants and the HPO mailing list and posted on the Office of Planning website. The meeting is live streamed and archived on the Office of Planning's YouTube channel. Please be aware that if you're watching on YouTube, you will not be able to provide testimony. Those wishing to provide testimony must register in advance and join via WebEx. I want to ask all board members now to turn on your cameras so I can do a roll call to see who's present. Okay, I see Board Member Auerbach.
Good morning. Board Member Auerbach is present.
Good morning. Board Member Bell is going to be joining us, but a few minutes late. I see Board Member Marzella.
Morning.
Good morning. Is Board Member Failer on?
Yep, I'm on.
Okay, all right, perfect. Good morning. No difficulties today. Yay.
Yeah.
All right. And Board Member Williams.
Morning, present.
Good morning. I do expect that we'll have 6 of us today. I'll announce when Board Member Bell joins us. Before we begin the meeting, I'll go over a few procedural points. The camera function has been enabled for presenters and board members. At the beginning of each case, cameras can be turned off, so the focus is on the presentation slides. When cameras are off, each person speaking should identify themselves. I'll first ask HPO staff to present their report and evaluation of the case, and then I'll ask the applicant to present their project plans. HPO has preloaded the plans provided by the applicant and will advance the slides upon request. Following the applicant's presentation, we'll hear testimony from ANCs, community groups, and individuals who have registered to speak. The camera function is not available for those providing testimony. After all testimony has been presented, the board is ready to ask questions and deliberate. I'll ask board members and staff and presenters to turn on their cameras. After the board has finished deliberating and taken a vote on the project, the cameras can then be turned off for the next presentation. In accordance with the ANC Act, the Historic Preservation Review Board is committed to giving careful consideration to the community and ANC comments that we receive. Our regulations require us to give great weight to properly adopted written recommendations of ANCs in the matters that come before us. To ensure that great weight is given, the board discusses and addresses each issue or concern raised in ANC resolutions as a part of our deliberation and includes that discussion in the public record of the case as recorded in the live videos of our meetings. Following the meeting on the board's behalf, HPO archives the video recordings on the HPO website, keeping them accessible to the public. They prepare a written summary of the board's actions, which includes a report of our findings and conclusions on any issues and concerns raised in ANC resolutions, articulating with particularity and precision our reasons why the ANC did or did not offer persuasive advice. And then they post the written record on the HPO website 1 week following the meeting, keeping it permanently accessible to the public. We did have a couple of changes to our agenda. Those have been posted. One of our consent cases has come off. And our second to the last case of the day at Talbot Street in Anacostia has been deferred. So that will not be heard today. Outside of the case that was removed from our consent calendar, are there any comments?
Chair Heath, I have comments on the first one, the Bloomingdale case on the consent.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
And that one, I went down the alley in Bloomingdale, and this is, I think, the first of some increased density in the mid-block in that area. And I don't know if they're going to have to go to, I think they're going to have to go to zoning because it's RF1 in that area, which doesn't allow for rental units. It allows for only two, it allows for the units to be in the home, but not to be, it doesn't allow for ADUs basically yet in the zoning that they have. And I don't know if that's an area that zoning will change. And I also wonder about their FAR because of the amount of lot area that they have to cover, if they're also going to BZA. And I think it's a BZA issue, and I don't know that preservation should lead in this case, except that when I went down the alley, all of the carriage houses, similar to what we've determined in other historic districts, really all the garages sort of look the same. They're all 1-story brick, fairly similar looking in scale and size. And then this will be the first of the 2 stories in that area, from what I understand. And so I don't know that I object to having a 2nd story on the brick garage. We've allowed that in the past. We've disallowed it and voted against it when there's a lot of consistency in the alley, and there's a lot of historic character to the garages. I don't know that I would say that there's a lot of character defining features to the Bloomingdale Historic District, as defined by those garages. They're just all similar in scale and height, and that's more of a zoning issue, I think. But I would suggest that, I noticed in the drawing that, like right now, the building is 9-foot ceilings. I think it would be good to lower that to whatever, my 8 feet or 7.6 to lower the height of the 2nd story and not have it be that full height that they're showing, just because it's the first of what will likely be many. And Traditionally, when we have approved the second story on top of garages, we've asked the same, that, 9 and 10-foot ceilings are a bit excessive for that footplate. And that proportionally it detracts from the scale of the existing garage building on the alleyway. And so asking for the second story to be, either equal to or lesser in height than the first floor allows for it to look like an addition to the building rather than something,
Mhm.
over the building.
Sure.
So those are my comments on Bloomingdale. And the other one is more of a code issue. On the east side of the first floor, they have some existing windows that they're proposing to replace in kind. They're only 2'4" from the property line. I think they could repair those windows, but I don't know. They should ask BOD if they can replace them, or if they need to repair them in order to keep them, because they're very close. And the neighbor has a garage built right up to the property line. So that's something they should double check with BOD, I think.
Okay. I think your comments are certainly reasonable, and we can add those to a motion on this. Any other comments from anyone on 68 W Street in particular? Okay. All right. Any comments on any other consent cases?
Yeah, Chair Keith, I had one small comment on I think the last one, 2012 10th Street. I took a look at the plans, and it's a little bit fuzzy in the drawings that we were given, but it does seem to show pretty much complete demolition of everything behind the facade. And the staff report does kind of mention that, but it's not included in the recommendation to clarify or revise those plans for substantial demolition. So I guess I wonder if we could just maybe make a request that that be explicitly included in the recommendation of the staff report.
Okay. We can do that.
And Bill,
Thank
would
you.
you be amenable to asking for a preservation plan for the facade that remains, like how they're going to restore everything too, since there's so little remaining?
Yeah, great comment, Gretchen. I think again, the staff report kind of hints at that, but doesn't explicitly recommend that. So that would be great
Right,
to
yeah,
include.
yeah.
All right. Anyone else have comments? All right. Then we will make a motion to approve the consent calendar cases with the comments that the board has made. Well, I'll ask for a second first.
I'll second that. Arbach.
All right, thanks, Andrew. Any further discussion? All right, if not, then all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye,
Aye.
And I think I heard Matt Bell.
I'm here.
All right, excellent. Good morning. All right. Okay, then the motion passes. And we are ready to move on to our first case of the morning on our agenda, the historic landmark hearing at House of Mercy.
Yes. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Kim Williams, HPO staff. This is landmark case number 2309 for the House of Mercy at 2000 Rosemont Avenue Northwest. This building is located within the Mount Pleasant Historic District, and it is a contributing building within the Historic District, but this nomination offers a more in-depth history of the property and the role it played providing social services for DC residents for over 100 years. So the nomination was submitted by the DC Preservation League, and I believe the league is here to give a presentation. So I will turn it over to them. And if you have any questions afterwards, or I can give a short staff report after that presentation. So
Okay.
I think Zach, Zach, here you go.
Here. Good
Perfect.
morning, Chair Heath and members of the board. My name is Zachary Burt, and I'm the Community Outreach and Grants Manager at the DC Preservation League. I'm here today to talk about the landmark nomination for House of Mercy, now known as the Rosemount Center, which is located at 2000 Rosemount Avenue Northwest. DCPL and the property owner, House of Mercy, submitted this nomination to HPO in February of 2024. Next slide, please. Thank you. In May 2023, the property owner and ANC 1D were notified about DCPL's intent to file a landmark nomination for the property. In February of 2024, DCPL and House of Mercy submitted an updated landmark nomination. And on March 19th, 2024, DCPL presented the nomination at ANC 1D's monthly meeting. At that same meeting, ANC 1D passed a resolution in support of designating the property. Next slide, please. The House of Mercy Rosemount Center property is located at 2000 Rosemount Avenue Northwest within the Mount Pleasant Historic District. The boundaries correspond with Lot 811, which is located within Square 2618, as indicated by the blue outline on the map shown here. It is bordered by House of Mercy's parking lot on the north, Rosemount Avenue on the east, Klingel Road on the south, and Rock Creek Park on the west. Next slide, please. The building was designed by Nathan C. Wyeth in the Spanish Colonial Revival mission style. This style is seen in the building's tiled roof, curvilinear parapets, stucco walls, decorative iron window grills, and chimney features. The building was constructed by Charles A. Langley and completed in 1911. The property includes a main block, north and south wings, and a central courtyard. The main block and wings have 2 above-ground stories and a basement level that is sometimes partially above ground due to the site's uneven terrain and slope. The site includes a tall gray fieldstone foundation and retaining wall on its west and southwest sides along the park, and a shorter tapering fieldstone retaining wall on its east side along Rosemount Avenue. The south side of the property along Klingel Road is notable for its concrete retaining wall painted with colorful murals. As shown in the image here, landscape plays an important role of the property, as the building sits on the eastern ridge of the Rock Creek Valley and overlooks the wooded park. Its elevated location also gives it prominence in the adjacent neighborhood to the east and southeast. Can you go back one slide, please? Yeah, thank you. The main block has a hipped roof with protruding eaves. This block, which includes the property's primary facade, faces Rosemount Avenue. It includes a curvilinear parapet at its center with identical end bays. The central bay contains the main entrance, which has deeply inset wooden doors framed by Ionic columns. The entrance is covered by a tiled shed roof with elements reminiscent of the Craftsman style. Above the entrance is a 12-light window flanked by narrow slit windows. The curvilinear parapet has terracotta roof coping and a large rosette consisting of 3 concentric rings of bricks surrounding a painted emblem that resembles a religious medallion. A shelf-like belt cornice at the level of the first-story sill extends north and south along the end bays. This belt cornice separates the above-ground basement from the 2 upper stories. The first story includes 12 tall, double-sash windows with 6/6 lights. A simple belt course separates the first and second stories. The second story includes 14 shorter windows with 9 lights, the upper rows of which contain a transom section. Next slide, please. The north and south wings, which extend west away from Rosemount Avenue and towards the park, are similar but not identical. The south wing's south elevation on the left along Klingel Road has an exposed basement level due to the lot's downward slope towards Klingel. 5 tall windows with decorative iron grills on the first story and 6 shorter windows on the second story. The south wing meets a cross wing at its west end. This cross wing has curvilinear parapets on its north and south ends. A breezeway descends westward from the cross wing to a single-story cottage-like extension. This extension's west elevation includes a porch with views of the valley. The fieldstone foundation is also visible here, as shown in the photo on the left. The north wing's north elevation, shown here on the right, which faces the parking lot, includes a secondary entrance. This elevation is simpler, as for example, none of the windows have decorative grills. There are 3 stucco-clad chimneys with ornamental covers that mimic the building's roof gables, a feature of the Spanish Colonial Revival style. Like the south wing, the north wing meets a cross wing at its west end. This cross wing also has curvilinear parapets. On the west side of the cross wing is a 3-story addition that was constructed in 2005. This wing is visible in the photo on the right end. Next slide, please. A central courtyard is framed by the rear of the main block and wings. The courtyard is open to the west with a view of the park just beyond a stucco wall. The courtyard consists of paved walkways, shrubbery, and a playground. From the courtyard, the chapel, which is located in the south cross wing, is visible, as indicated by an oval colored glass window. Like the primary facade, the rear elevation of the central bay has a curvilinear parapet with rosette. However, instead of an entrance under the parapet, there is a balcony with a small shed roof, as shown here on the slide. The rear of the main block on both sides of the central bay includes 1-story additions with shed roofs. Overall, the building's exterior retains a high degree of integrity, as it has been well maintained and preserves its original features of design, workmanship, and materials. The site also retains a sanctuary landscape, which contributes to its location and setting. Next slide, please. The nomination proposes a period of significance starting at 1911, the year of its construction, and ending at 1972 when House of Mercy became Rosemount Center. House of Mercy is significant in the areas of social history, education, architecture, and health and medicine. House of Mercy was founded in 1884 as a refuge for unwed pregnant women who could not obtain support elsewhere. House of Mercy moved to its new rural site at the edge of the Rock Creek Valley in 1911 to provide a sanctuary for its residents. Over time, the institution's mission evolved, and since 1972, as the Rosemount Center, it provides bilingual early childhood education and family support services. For these reasons, the House of Mercy Rosemount Center meets DC Criterion B for its association with historical periods, social movements, and patterns of growth that contribute to the heritage and development of the district. Thus, this property also meets National Register Criterion A. The building was designed in Spanish Colonial Revival mission style, which borrows elements from the California Mission, Spanish Baroque, Moorish Revival, and Craftsman styles, as well as the highly influential arts and crafts movement. The building's architect, Nathan C. Wyeth, was asked to design in this style by House of Mercy's principal donor. Wyeth, a master architect, made the most of this style to express the unique purpose and social mission of the institution. Most impressively, he did so at the challenging site with its uneven terrain. This early DC example of the Spanish Colonial Revival mission style would presage the construction of several residences in this style in Northwest Washington in the 1910s and 20s. For these reasons, House of Mercy Rosemount Center meets DC Criterion D through F because it embodies the distinctive characteristics of a type, period, style, and method of construction. Thus, this property also meets similar National Register Criterion C. Next slide, please. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to speak about the landmark nomination and its significance. I will now yield my time to John Day Ferrari, a trustee of the DC Preservation League and a co-chair of DCPL's Landmarks Committee, who will speak more about the building's history. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach, and good morning, Chair Heath and board members. In the late Victorian era, many private charitable organizations were established in the District of Columbia to aid the unfortunate. These organizations included an assortment of hospitals, orphanages, and asylums. Among them, several were dedicated to the support of needy young women and girls. Single women who became pregnant outside of marriage were routinely ostracized by society as so-called fallen women and often lacked the support they needed during and immediately after their pregnancy. Women of means, often in association with religious organizations, increasingly saw it as their mission to take steps to help provide a social safety net to support these women and girls. In 1884, the Episcopal Diocese of Washington established one such refuge for needy women, known formally as the Association for the Works of Mercy. Better known as the House of Mercy, it was one of several institutions serving white girls and women exclusively. Black women had far fewer options, but one was the National Association for the Relief of Destitute colored women and children, established during the Civil War. It became the Meriwether Home for Children, and its longtime building at 733 Euclid Street Northwest was landmarked by this board in 2022. Next slide, please. The House of Mercy was first located at 2408 K Street Northwest, a 3-story row house in Foggy Bottom. It was operated by the Episcopal Sisters of the Epiphany, with the objective of molding young women into, quote, better persons, unquote, who could ultimately sustain themselves and reintegrate with society. The former townhouse was used by the House of Mercy to accommodate just 24 women, and by the 1890s, it was full to capacity. A larger facility was desperately needed. Mrs. Cassie Meyer James, a wealthy heiress and philanthropist, came to the rescue. At the urging of Episcopal Bishop Henry Yates Satterlee, she became the House of Mercy's major supporter. In 1910, she purchased and donated the land for its new building at Rosemount Avenue and Klingle Road Northwest in the still undeveloped Rosemount Park subdivision of Mount Pleasant. This hilly property overlooking Rock Creek Park was just the country site, removed from the hustle and bustle of the city, that the House of Mercy had wanted to establish as a refuge for the women it served. Mrs. James also provided funds to build the new facility, a large 22,000 square foot structure, which she had directed to be designed in the mission style that she had seen and admired when she was traveling in California. A building permit was issued in November 1910. The architect, Nathan C. Wyeth, and the builder, Charles A. Langley, both highly respected and experienced, donated their time on the project. Construction began in December 1910, and the facility opened on October 1911. Next slide. Architect Nathan C. Wyeth designed the House of Mercy at the end of his first decade of practice, during which he created iconic mansions for wealthy Washington clients and contributed to monumental public projects, such as the Tidal Basin and the White House Oval Office. In the 19-teens, he designed Key Bridge, as well as some major hospitals. In 1925, he became a key advisor to the D.C. municipal architect, Albert I. Harris, and after Harris' sudden death in 1933, succeeded him as municipal architect, and he served until 1945. During his tenure, he contributed to an extraordinary portfolio of civic buildings in the district. Shown here is the Municipal Center Building, also known as the Henry P. Daly Building, which he worked on as municipal architect from 1938 to 1941. Next slide. The Spanish Revival building designed by Wyeth for the House of Mercy was customized for its functions. On the first floor were playrooms for toddlers, a chapel, laundry, kitchen, sewing rooms, and 2 dining rooms, one for the girls and the other for the home's officers. The second floor had 4 dormitory rooms furnished with white and brass beds, 2 nurseries staffed with nurses to care for infants, and the private rooms of the officers. The building is U-shaped, as Zach described, enclosed in a courtyard designed for recreation in good weather. Deaconess Lillian Yeo, who wrote a memoir about her years at the House of Mercy, called the building, quote, a thing of beauty and dignity. From the outside, the House of Mercy makes a splendid picture. Crowning a steep bluff, its walls rise against the forest background. There is that to its Spanish architecture which harmonizes perfectly with its setting. Next slide, please. By the 1940s, the home's focus had moved away from attempting to reform fallen women, a concept that was increasingly obsolete in the modern world. The facility closed in June 1945 for renovations, reopening the next year with a new deaconess and a new focus on short-term care for needy pregnant girls and women and their newborn infants. Many interior spaces were remodeled, including the nurseries and dormitories, dining rooms, and sitting rooms. Unfortunately, the home remained exclusively for white women and girls through the 1940s and most of the 1950s. It was not until 1956, when the Episcopal Church issued guidelines for removing racial barriers in churches and church facilities across the country, that the policy changed. The ban on non-whites at the House of Mercy was lifted sometime after that, although it is unclear when non-whites were first admitted as residents. Next slide, please. By the late 1960s, the number of residents began to decline rapidly. Enrollment in 1971 was about half it was just 2 years earlier. Accordingly, the House of Mercy partnered with the Urban Institute to re-examine its mission and look for better ways to address the most critical needs of women and children in the local area. A lack of daycare facilities, especially in the Mount Pleasant and Adams Morgan neighborhoods, was identified as a pressing community need. Large numbers of Spanish-speaking immigrants had begun settling in these neighborhoods in the 1960s and 1970s. Young mothers were severely challenged to care for their newborns and toddlers while needing to hold down full-time jobs to earn a living. In response, the House of Mercy closed in early 1972 and reopened later that year as the Rosemount Infant Daycare Center. Many of the infants and toddlers at the Rosemount Center were from Spanish-speaking homes, approximately 1/3 of the original 27 enrollees. The center, which was alternately known as El Centro Rosemount, developed a bilingual program that allowed both English and Spanish-speaking children to learn a second language. It was the first bilingual infant daycare center in the Washington area. Next slide, please. In January 2000, Rosemount Center and its parent, House of Mercy, formed a joint committee to explore operational enhancements as the center entered the 21st century. The committee concluded that a substantial renovation of the building would be necessary to bring it into compliance with health, safety, and building code requirements. The center raised $6.5 million to complete necessary renovations, and work began in late 2004. Much of the interior of the building was gutted and reconfigured to meet modern needs. A large foyer was created at the building's entrance, replacing the original cramped reception area. Disused basement space that had originally served as a coal room was reclaimed as a multi-purpose room. Classrooms were reorganized and reconfigured. At the northwest corner of the building, a modest tower was added to accommodate an elevator, providing access to all floors. The fully renovated building reopened in September 2005. Since that time, Rosemount Center has continued to serve approximately 240 families every year, with a waiting list of about 250, indicating the continuing very high regard that is held for the institution. We strongly believe that the building merits designation as an individual DC historic landmark. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I'd be happy to address any questions.
Great, thank you for that. It was a really thorough history. Any questions from board members? Any questions at this time?
Yeah, Monique, I have a question.
Go ahead,
Maybe
Bill.
this is more appropriate for later in the presentation, so tell me that if that's the case.
Yeah.
But I don't think I saw anything from the owner in the file. Have they weighed in on the nomination?
The owner actually is the co-sponsor with DC.
Co-sponsor. Okay, great. Thanks, Zach.
All right. Yeah, now would be the perfect time to ask that or any other question, because we don't have anyone else registered to speak on this case. So,
I did wonder if there was anything from the ANC. I didn't see anything in the folder. Maybe I just missed it.
Yes, so the ANC passed a resolution in support of the nomination on March 19th. And I'm pretty sure it's in the file, ANC 1D.
okay. Thank you for that. We had some issues with our files this week, so we may have not been able to get to it. All right. Any other questions from board members? And Kim, was there anything else you wanted to add?
Sure. I mean, I should just follow up with the staff report saying that staff recommends that the House of Mercy Rosemount Center be designated as a DC landmark and listed in the National Register. I think, to reiterate, obviously, what Zach and John said, and starting with architecture, it meets DC designation criteria D for architecture and urbanism, E for artistry, and F for creative masters. For two reasons, really. It's an excellent example of a type of architecture. This is a type of domestic scaled and styled purpose-built institutional building. So it's a really good example of that type. As John mentioned, Meriwether Home was not purpose-built, but is a institutional building. This is a purpose-built building that was meant to feel very, comfortable for the young women who were living there, and it was styled appropriately. It's also a really excellent example of the versatility and the work of Nathan Wyeth. I think, most of us know Nathan Wyeth's work both in the private sector for his sort of grand, neoclassical Beaux-Arts style mansions for wealthy Washingtonians, but then also his work as municipal architect, designing public buildings, largely brick Georgian Revival public school buildings, and Colonial Revival school buildings and other public buildings. But this really shows his versatility, his sophistication as an architect. He graduated from the École Beaux-Arts, and he was really comfortable in any sort of style or idiom. This is a very early commission in his career. And I think we see later in his career too, after World War II, that he was able to move away from these more classical styles into a more stripped classical revival style due to budgetary constraints due to the war. And I think it's just a really good example of the work of a master. And so I think for those reasons, it merits designation. And then also under criterion, DC designation criterion B for history and National Register criterion A, it is relevant because it's associated with historical periods, social movements, and patterns of growth that contributed to the heritage and development of the district. And in particular, for more than 60 years, it provided a social service safety net for women, particularly unwed pregnant women who did not have other support services available to them. And then for the next 50 years, and still today, the nonprofit reorganized Rosemount Center has focused on bilingual daycare for the city's Spanish-speaking immigrant community. So for these reasons, we also believe it meets the DC designation criterion B and National Register criterion A. So just wanted to reiterate those points. And then to wrap up, I also just wanted the board to know that staff is in the midst of undertaking a historic context study of Latino history in DC. And so there might be a little bit of additional information we could add to this nomination. I've just gotten the first draft of that report, but I think it's relevant, and I think we might just add a little bit to the nomination before we forward it to the National Register, which should be in coming months. So with that, I recommend the board support the nomination. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Kim. Board members have any questions for Kim? If not, then we would be ready to deliberate, and I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. For all the reasons that Kim just stated, I think this is certainly a very worthy project for designation, and I will make a motion to support the designation and ask for a second and any comments if anyone wants to add anything to that.
I'd be happy to second, and I will add thank you to the applicants for an outstanding history and presentation. This is one of those buildings that, having served many years on the board, I was surprised to learn that it wasn't already a landmark. So I'll be very pleased to support this, and again, thank you.
Anyone else have anything else they want to add? Any further discussion?
Just a couple of things. Yeah, I second what Andrew said. I think this was just a really fascinating history. I personally was not aware of this building. And I think, as Kim said, some of the details are just really outstanding. I think that close-up image of the awning with the shed roof and how those wood pieces come together is just really fabulous and shows that sophistication that comes with the work of a master. I think the history and the nomination was really fantastic, and the little anecdote about the woman jumping out the window or whatever, and that's why they had grills on the windows of the new building. It's just really great. So thanks to DCPL and thanks to the property owner for listing this, and I support.
Great. Then, oh, go ahead, Patrick.
Sure, I just wanted to add my concurrence with what Andrew, Bill, and yourself, Monica, said. I think this is really a very strong presentation and application. I agree with Andrew when I was reading through it, and I was saying, because I know a little bit about the architect Wyeth through some work I've done on the school projects in DC. So, you know, to understand and learn that, you know, he has this great body of work outside of public buildings is really great. But I was really surprised that this building wasn't already listed. I was like, really?
Right.
No, I
So,
agree.
yeah,
I
so-
always thought it was.
Yeah, so really
Yeah.
a great project, and I do support it. Thanks.
Great. Yeah, I think we all were surprised that it wasn't already. Okay. I particularly appreciated, I know sometimes we've had to ask, but I particularly appreciated the racial history that was incorporated in the report from DCPL. That is really important history. And I always appreciate when it's a part of the story that's told. So I made the motion. It's been seconded. We've had further discussion. So if
I would just
we're
add that
ready to
I think
vote.
the addition of the Latinx history is very important to include. It's really lacking in
Yes.
the documentation we have in the district. So
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
I
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Anyone opposed? So the motion carries. Thank you to everyone for your participation today.
Thank you, board members.
We're ready to move on to our next application of the day, which is in the Mount Vernon Triangle Historic District. This one is a project that has had many lives and comes back to us again at 923, 927 5th Street. Is that you, Brendan?
Yeah, good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, other board members. My name is Brendan Meyer. I am the lead reviewer for the Historic Preservation Office for the Mount Vernon Triangle Historic District. And as mentioned, the property address for this case is 923 to 927 5th Street Northwest. So what the board is looking at today is an applicant from Klein Operations working with their architect, Peter Follett. They are seeking concept design approval to construct a 10-story apartment building that would incorporate the historic concrete panel facade of 925 5th Street, which is a contributing building in the Mount Vernon Triangle Historic District. The board has approved 3 different concept designs for this site in 2016, 2018, and 2021. All of those concept designs have expired, so normally this would be a renewal process. The concept design that the developers are moving forward with is not the most recent concept design that was approved, so they're not using the 2021 version. They're going back to the concept design that the board approved in 2018. There are some revisions and updates to the design that the board should study and weigh in on at this time. As a brief review of what's important about this site, standing on the site is an architectural artifact that's a remnant of the Union Provision and Distribution Company, which is built in 1946 within the period of significance of the historic district. It was originally meant as a Jewish meat market and distribution center. with the refrigeration plant. It was completed as essentially a deli. The front facade is clad with fairly unique polychrome panels designed by concrete specialist John J. Early. John J. Early is famous nationally for the techniques that he developed to use polychromatic concrete paneling systems as an architectural cladding material. So this is an example of that work, which is very significant in Washington, D.C. And why staff and the board has worked very hard with all owners of this property to make sure that although there's no structure behind the facade, that the facade be stabilized, braced, and kept intact on the site, so it wouldn't be lost from the historic district. So we're at least happy that the front facade has survived the many years that we've been working on the development of the site. What's one fun bit about the facade is that at the top, it's incised and painted in very large letters with Director's Deli, deliciously different corned beef. Also of note is that the historic district was originally designated partly because of its archaeological significance, because of a high concentration of alley dwellings on this square. So this site does have archaeological interest for our archaeologists. Just to review the proposal and revisions, the concept design is as I said, a resurrection of the 2018 concept, which is different than the 21 concept design. Across the many years of reviews and different design schemes, the board has been consistent in its recommendations and decisions for this site, particularly that the historic deli facade should be retained and carefully restored, that any new building should let the historic facade stand out as much as possible, preferably by not engaging directly with it, and that the applicant should work with staff on an archaeological work plan for the site and a preservation plan for the historic facade. On the latter two work plans, the development team has been making progress on both of those fronts. Staff has received the draft archaeological work plan, which is on schedule to be completed prior to construction of any new building. The applicant has also closely studied and fully measured and documented the historic facade. The condition of each individual panel has been recorded and attachment methods analyzed for duplication. The applicant has consulted closely with staff on this restoration work plan. And the process is basically that they will dismantle the tiles, transport them to an off-site restoration facility where they will be abated of hazardous materials and later paint, coats of paint. All those non-original coatings will be removed. The panels will be stabilized where necessary, and then the panels will return to the site and be reassembled into their original locations, hanging from a new structural framework. Hanging of the tiles is the way they are installed historically. In terms of the design of the new building, the overall height, massing, fenestration, terracotta wall cladding of the concept design is generally the same as it was in 2018. There are some revisions that the board should pay attention to. In the current renderings, the historic deli and the bottom edge of the new terracotta facade are still separated by a band, by a gap between the elevations that's backset by a slightly setback band of glazing. But the height of the separation between the deli and the new building is noticeably shorter in the renderings and does cause some concern. Other minor revisions that the board may note are revisions to the new storefront that's planned for the deli. The storefronts will be centralized around a single center entrance. The main entrance for the tower is now rendered with a canopy and a large channel letter sign. The height and depth of the penthouse of the building has been reduced in size, and parts of it have been transitioned from a solid wall to an open post and beam form. That's a positive revision that reduces the prominence of the penthouse. The 2018 design on the north party wall elevation had a very wide band of black bays at the center. This element has been reduced to a single bay, so that's more narrow. And the current proposal today offers a new color scheme. The original color scheme for this concept in 2018 was a palette of blended buff and tan colors. What's offered today as an alternative for the board's consideration is a darker color scheme of blacks and grays with some accent colors. Overall, the 2018 design is still a very sound overall approach. It resurrects the concept, the idea of complementing the polychromatic concrete panels of the director's alley with modern terracotta tiles. And in this way, it's really an honoring of sorts. The terracotta is a new specialized masonry cladding, and the specialized masonry cladding, in a way, evokes the older specialized masonry cladding of the polychromatic concrete. A fairly nice approach. However, the variations in the renderings across the two concept designs exposes the necessity that the board should be specific about the height of the gap between the historic and new facades. Essentially, since this design has come to the board so many times, one could consider the pitfall of seeing multiple versions is that then you could start to notice differences when you compare the two renderings, the three renderings. Working from a single rendering, there's nothing to compare to. So what's provided in 2018 independently is evaluated and approved by the board. That stands as a comparison to what's shown today. So when you take the renderings of 2018 and today, you do see that relative to the adjacent context, the gap is getting narrower. So at this point, assuming that the board essentially is happy to reapprove the 2018 concept and delegate final approval to staff, without being specific, staff would be caught having to interpret whether a gap is wide enough unless we specify today what that what the size of that gap should be. The staff is recommending that we use the adjacent building, the side elevation of 476 K Street, the white building on the left in the renderings, that we use that architectural building and its ornament as a datum and use that to set how tall the gap should be. The historic facade of the deli, since it's being restored, the height of that building is fixed. It should not be altered. And currently, the photographs of the site show that the top of the deli, with its scalloped coping at the top of the wall, that essentially aligns with the windowsills of the second floor window at 476 K Street. That reference point, that datum, should not be a moving target. That should stay in place. That means the other point of reference, where the bottom of the new elevation comes down, it would benefit review of this project and the efficiency of the final permit review for the board to establish where the bottom of the new elevation should align. In all the previous renderings, that has generally been shown to be at the top of the second floor windows. Today, for specificity, we are advising that there's a string course of ornamental brickwork at 476 that offers a convenient limit to how far down the new elevation should go. An image of that is included in the staff report as a specific point of reference. If the board chooses a different datum point on which to base the bottom edge of the new elevation, or if they've reconsidered how much gap is sufficient to keep the new and the old separate and allow the old elevation and its profile dimensions to still be evident, the board, of course, can reconsider how much of a gap there should be. Regardless whether they ask to go back to the height of the gap in 2018 or approve the height of the gap in the current concept, staff is essentially asking that the board be specific and use the adjacent building as a datum. So that way it's unambiguous what dimension should be achieved in the final permit plans during the final approval stage that staff would be conducting if this concept is approved and delegated final approval to staff. If we're not specific at this moment, staff is worried that final designs will be developed and produce a gap different than what we specified today, forcing a return of this project to the board, so that way board can conduct final review. So we're hopeful that after today's meeting, everybody will have a clear direction on where to go, and we could have an expeditious final review. Lastly, in terms of colors, staff is recommending that the original color scheme is better than the currently proposed gray color scheme. One of the problems with a dark black and gray color scheme for a large plane of material above a gap, as is proposed in the design, that gap is naturally going to be in shadow. It's going to be essentially a dark element most of the time. Some illumination will help, but will not overcome the fact that the gap is essentially a negative space. It's shadow. So to put on top of that a black wall cladding, you blend the wall and the gap, and you undermine the purpose of the gap, which is to separate the two facades. An earth tone buff colored color scheme like proposed in 2018 would not have that problem. It would contrast with the dark gap, be complementary of the historic colors of the deli building, and essentially be a more typical color of masonry materials that we expect to find in historic districts. So staff is recommending that the original buff palette is better than the black and gray palette proposed today. In conclusion, HPO recommends that the board approve the revised concept design from 2018. It's compatible with the historic district, consistent with the Preservation Act, on the condition that the height of the historic facade is not altered, and that the lower edge of the new terracotta facade is no lower than the top of the string course at 476 K Street, as described in the staff report and illustrated in the staff report. And also that the color scheme of the new terracotta tile match the 2018 concept design, and that final review be delegated to staff. I will remain on the line if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thanks, Brendan. That was very thoughtful and helpful. Today we kind of got new information yesterday in that we actually exposed the color of the historic facade, and so we may again want to think about that a little bit more, and would appreciate the board's opinion about that. But let's just move on here. So I'm not sure how many of the board members have seen this numerous times, so I'll just assume that for those who are new, I'll just go through the project. This presentation really sort of describes an update to the 2018 approved design. What was different between the 2021 design and the 2018 is that the use changed. In 2018, the project was a hotel, and in 2021 we had changed it to a for sale residential building, and at that point the floor-to-floor heights actually changed, and we lost a floor, and things got a little bit easier to deal with in terms of the gap between the historic facade and the mass of the building above. The building is back to being a hotel, and another controversial part of the 2021 scheme was that because it was residential, we wanted to have bay windows, and we definitely had a lot of dialogue about the nature of the bay windows, how much they should come out, how much that would dominate, and which didn't exist in the conversation about the 2018 scheme, and so really doesn't exist today. So this is the just basically what we really had intended today to have a conversation was about changing the color from the sort of polychromatic beige color, a beige to brown scheme to a more monochromatic. Actually, it's supposed to be a dark green. The brand of the hotel has a very almost black green color, and or one of the colors in the brand of the hotel. So we wanted to maybe try to do that, make the building sort of like a very almost midnight green. And that's the intention of the color that you're seeing on the right. However, it does sort of read very blue and or grayish, which maybe is not necessarily a bad thing. So let's go to the next slide. So again, just briefly, the project is located near the intersection of K and 5th Northwest. It's adjacent to a series of lower scale commercial buildings. Next slide. And here's the basic contrast between the two designs, with the original design really kind of having, again, this polychromatic, beige to brown scheme. And then the scheme on the right is intended to be this sort of midnight green, black, very dark scheme, but having a few accent bands that would pick up the exact same color as the director's facade. Now, one of the things, and we're going to show you this, is that if you look at the previous designs, and I don't know if you did, but we had always rendered the director's facade more brownish and warmer. And you'll see in the conversation later that the color of the director's facade is more brownish heading towards mauve. And so it's not quite as beautiful as sort of a warmer color. And we can all decide, but that's the color, right? So the color of the base is going to change. The color of the director's facade is going to be restored to the way it was originally, which is not like a lighter yellowish color. It's more like a pinkish color. So let's go further on. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a couple images of the building from the side. And this is definitely a location where you can see the gap between the director's facade and the new facade. And that gap in this design is 2'6". Okay. And previously that gap has been higher and up to like 5.5 feet. And then I think it was lower. And the design that, and I have an exhibit here. We got this information from Brendan yesterday, but so we weren't able to show an exhibit of exactly the location of the band on the building to the left, the Rolock band or articulated band of the building to the left that he was basing his comments on. And I don't know about anyone else, but Brendan, if you were showing things in the last presentation, we didn't see anything. So I don't know if that was, we just saw a title page.
He was not
Okay.
showing
Okay.
anything.
All right, that's cool. Then we're all on the same page there. So any next slide, please.
Peter, if it helps, we do have your drawings. There are 2 sheets from your drawings that show the director's facade and a good amount of detailing of that facade and its relationship to the
Yeah.
base building as well. That helps. It's your schematic design set that's dated March 19th from this year.
Yeah, we're going to go there. Okay.
Okay.
It's in this presentation. Okay. We will get there. All right. So again, site location, next slide. I'll go through this relatively quickly. So adjacent residential buildings. This was important at one point for the presentation. Next slide. So this is the existing elevate drawing pictures of the site. And this was from, I think, these images are from like 2018. They're relatively old. Or actually, yeah, you can see some of them have been updated. There's the COVID, the original COVID enclosure for the outdoor seating, which has gotten slightly better, but not really that much better. Will go away when we build our building. And the way the facade is being braced. Next slide. Just very quick preliminary layouts. Next slide. So this gets into a little bit of the character of the facade that's there and the multiple layers of paint. We'll have a better detail of this later in the image. Next slide. The intention is to basically rebuild this piece of the facade. The part to the right will be demolished, and actually the bay windows of the original facade are behind that lower brick piece. Originally we did, and the brake metal piece that you see underneath of the sort of multicolored image, that's actually the transom from the original facade. Next slide. This is a view from the inside, and you can sort of see the transoms. All of this will be removed and rebuilt with new construction, and the precast panels will be reinstalled on the facade. Next slide. Existing site plan. Next slide. Existing roof plan showing how the building penthouse steps back 1-to-1 in a series of steps. Next slide. Basement level, there will be a full cellar. There will not be parking on the site, so there's fitness center, bathrooms, hotel back of house on this level. Next slide. Lobby space will be pretty fantastic. The doors for the historic facade will be put back in use. There will be an entrance really to the lobby bar and the rooftop lounge. And then the lobby for the hotel is actually, entrance to the hotel is actually to the right, and it's recessed. So the whole director's facade will be a very prominent ground level experience that we're really excited about restoring and bringing back to life. The code requires a 2-story height behind the facade, which works well. So that basically we'll have this clear story light that comes in above the director's facade in addition to the bay windows, and that will sort of light this lobby space. Once you get past the elevators, the lobby space is 1 story. And so there's going to be a nice hierarchy between entering the building and progressing into the elevator floors. It should be an awesome hotel lobby. Next slide, please. This shows you the 2-story space here. Next slide. Typical floor plan. It's a very tight, efficient building with a very exciting boutique design brand. Next slide. Rooftop lounge will be pretty good. It's going to have outdoor seating around 3 sides. Next slide. And then the upper roof will be a mechanical penthouse. Next slide. Section. So this shows you in a smaller detail how the existing facade works and how the gap between the existing facade and the 3rd level of the building creates that clear story. And so this is the part where it's kind of difficult for us to adjust the height of the gap without losing a floor of the building in its efficiency. So, we do have a diagram that right now the gap is 2'6". We're able to take like another foot out of this. The distance between the gap and the current design and the underside is 2'6". The distance between the top of the band, which would be the underside that Brendan just described, would be 4'6". we think we could meet halfway and get to like a 3'6" gap and still have the building work from a functional point of view. And that would align the lower level band of the building, of the slab band, with the top of that, with the top of the Rolock feature band. So we think there's a logic there. And again, I can show you something at the end if I have the opportunity. Next slide. Again, you can see the way the building sets back 1-to-1 to penthouse. Next slide. Okay, so here we are showing the contrast of the two facades and the general sort of nature of the facades. And here, you'll see a better detail of the way the panels work, et cetera, when we get to the sort of schematic design development drawings. The next slide. Rear elevation. Next slide. Side elevation. So the building is designed to be sort of a couple of volumes separated by a gap, so that the streetscape facing north, which is what this is the facade that faces K Street, can be broken down in scale. So it's not just one long blank wall. There actually will be some windows that have rooms in the gap between, that's actually recessed by about 6 feet. And then the rest of the panels are zero lot lines, so we don't have any fenestration on that. Next slide. This is facing south, similar concept. So it's sort of two rectangular towers connected by a form in between. Next slide. And you can sort of see that better here. Next slide. This is from the south. Next slide. Again, this is further down K Street, so you can see that we've got the panels returned to the back. So it's sort of definitely designed in all four sides. We do think, you know, because it sits behind the historic buildings or the historic fabric of K Street, this block of K Street, you will see this building. So we wanted to make sure that it was thought through on all sides. Next slide. All right, so here's a close-up of the facade and with the coloration that is preferred by the ownership. And unfortunately, on this rendering, we did not draw the banding. Otherwise, this point would be really easy to understand. But so we have a separate image to look at. Next slide. And then here's the same idea with the new coloration. And I do think that, and Sergio, when he speaks, he can confirm whether this color that's in the base is updated somewhat, but I don't think it's completely updated. So, and we can make that decision when you see the pictures in a second. Next slide. And this is the same view from the south, showing the canopy at the entrance to the hotel. Again, you can see how the director's facade has its own, it has the original bay windows and the original lettering, and then the gap between the two buildings. Next slide. Next slide. Again, contrasting of the colors. Next slide. Okay, so I think it would be great if you could if you can zoom in a little bit on the lower left-hand corner, and Sergio is going to walk us through a little bit about how we're going about the restoration of the facade.
Morning, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this project. My name is Sergio Martinez. I'm an associate principal at Flat Plus. I'll be speaking about and expanding on the restoration process of the historic precast panels Brendan spoke about at the beginning of the presentation. So it's and I'll run through this as brief as possible. It's basically a wide brush. It's look at it. It's a 8-step process. The first process is to perform a hazmat study and test for lead paint or asbestos. Then we have an abatement company come in to remove the hazardous materials on site, cover the panels in gel and plastic. Sometimes 3 applications may be required to remove the paint. And then once removal of hazardous material is completed, the building application can be submitted. Precast panel restoration contractor comes into the site, and then basically they do an investigative study on they do like precise openings in the back of the wall to get to the precast panels to study the anchoring system, and then they remove the panels for restoration, study the letters, whether it's acid etched or painted, and then existing structural and sound masonry wall will be demolished and rebuilt. And then structural engineers to provide reinstallation details for the coping and fascia panels. We'll try to preserve the existing anchoring technique. If unable to replicate, we'll use hidden anchoring clips, and then the restored and new precast concrete panels will be reinstalled by the masonry contractor. And I'll speak just one more, a bit more detailed about the actual restoration. Basically, the contractor will come in and remove the coping from the top wall. Then they'll come in and remove the precast panels with a slings and shooting boom forklift, palletize the salvaged precast, transport the precast panels to the warehouse. Then there they'll strip and paint coatings from the salvaged precast, do an injection repair of the damaged, cracked precast pieces, and then there'll be an application of consolidant to the restored precast panels. They'll model, formulate, mix, and acquire 3 new base course precast cornerstones, return restored precast panels to the site, and then reinstall the precast panels onto structurally sound backing using channel slot stone anchors and repouring 100% after installation. And then just to speak specifically about where we are in the process right now, we've had the hazmat study done. The good news is that the paint that is on there is actually not lead-based paint. So, but we did discover some asbestos, very minimal, which will be removed. We've already contacted an abatement company to come in and remove the asbestos, which is actually just literally like a line of caulk above the bay windows. And yeah, so thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions. Do you have any questions?
So let's keep going. We're almost there. Next slide.
Actually, just have, if you don't, well, I'll wait.
Yeah, let's.
I'll wait till the end.
Yeah, we're almost finished, Gretchen. Thank you. Next slide, please. These are just more details. Next slide. Another detail image. Next slide. So this is the color that is the exposed color, right? So, and you can sort of see that it's I don't know how to describe this color. Brown, mauvish brown, and so I really was like, the intention I thought was that we would get to like a coppery or a weathered copper image and sort of play off of various colors of yellow to copper, weathered copper, not weather, or brown to copper sort of thing. And this, I don't know if this really works like that. So the whole polychromatic version of that, I think, needs to be studied more. I do think, though, that it works better with the darker in terms of the approach. So for the massing or for the skin of the exterior building. So if we go to the last slide here, we did sort of try to update the coloring of the director's facade based on what we learned yesterday. And both of these sort of show that. And And so, I think that I'm interested to hear, very interested to hear your thoughts on this, as well as, let's discuss the gap, which is obviously very prime issue to resolve today. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
All right, Gretchen, go ahead with your question, and then we'll take questions from other board members.
Oops. Thanks, Chair Heath. Trying to get my video going. I just have a couple of questions on the testing for the original facade. One of the things that we know about early in his concrete work is that he used very unique mixes of both the aggregate and the matrix, which contains the aggregate for the concrete panels. And they're almost like artwork, the way he put them together. They're not always standard mixes, but always very unique. And this is what I found in working on projects at Meridian Hill, the DC Police Memorial, and the buildings at Haynes Point and the golf course. So I wondered if you have done any analysis of the panel, its matrix, and the aggregate to determine how you will repair or restore those. And that might help you also in your color definition.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Gretchen. As of yet, we have not. The idea is that once they remove the panels and bring them to the warehouse, that's where they'll do the study of the matrix and the mix. Once it's in a controlled environment, that's when they'll do that study.
When they do that effort, though, it's not like you can get the material back. They have to demolish what you give them. So it's probably better to look for components of panels that are already deteriorated or cracked or loose, rather than using the actual panels that you're removing to be restored. Because it's not like they're just going to look at it through a microscope. They actually need to break it up to look at the size and shape of the sand, the aggregate forms, the composition of the aggregate, all of that, if you're going to match it when you're doing the repair work in order to get it to work. And then they'll make some recommendations about how those things are all to be bonded together, because there are specific materials that you'll need in order to do that too.
Absolutely. Yes. Agreed.
Sounds like we might be in touch with you. You can help us a little bit here, because, we do know that right above the clear story, a couple of the panels are damaged. In other words, you can see cracks. They're, significant cracks, right? So all the way through. So we're going to have to deal with the majority of the panels look good. Like I would say probably 80% of the panels look good, maybe 85%, but there's like a handful that are going to be problematic, or once we take them apart, they take them off, they may not come off in one piece. And so at that point, though, I guess what you're saying is save the scraps, save anything that falls, and that's going to be the magic.
That'll be the stuff that everybody crushes to look at in their labs to do the research. And just to be clear, because I'm voting on the case, I can't help you professionally with that, but I can direct you to, and staff could certainly direct you to the folks at the Park Service who know a lot about their buildings in Meridian Hill and the DC Police Memorial, so they can direct you to some folks, and also some conservators. DCPL could also direct you to conservators who are familiar with John J. Early as well. But you'll want a material conservator to be the person to do that analysis for you, not just a standard mason, not to discount the ability and talent that's required for a mason, but this is a slightly different, this is artwork that in the facade. So that's why I think that you'll get better information that way.
Thank you. We will. Appreciate it.
I have a question. This leapfrogs back to the 2018 version, right? And the reason why the 2021 approval is no longer in play, because I do recall a robust discussion of that, is because why?
It's a different building type altogether. There are no bay windows.
Okay, so the bay windows are gone, right?
Yeah.
So it's a hotel, and but it had a different strategy relative to the relationship to the stuff below it, right? I mean,
Correct.
this basically takes a facade and a repetitive facade and spreads it across the site. Okay.
All right. Other questions from board members?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead,
So
Bill.
I'm new to the board, so this is new to me, so I don't have the benefit of the past several rounds of applications, but yeah, just a couple of questions. So the storefront on the director's building, do we have any, I guess a question for staff or the applicant, any sort of historic permit drawings or photos or anything that would show what that looked like originally?
This is Brendan Meyer from the staff. I'm not aware of any historic images. We're working with the raw material of the building itself as our best point of reference.
Yeah, unfortunately, we haven't been able to find any.
Okay,
Otherwise,
yeah,
you'd see them for sure. Like, this is just not a picture, not a part of the city that was unfortunately not photographed back in the day.
okay, thank you. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Brendan. I guess, understanding the age of the building is from the mid-40s. I guess what's reading to me is kind of a modern kind of maybe aluminum facade treatment. Seems appropriate, I guess. Will that door, will the historic door be kind of accessible as an entrance to the building?
Yes.
Okay, so someone could choose kind of the historic entrance or the branded entrance, I guess.
Exactly.
Okay, okay, thank you. All right, no more questions.
Great. Can you clarify for me, what is the colored material that you're showing as the ceiling of that loft level that we're seeing in the gap? Is that,
Go ahead, finish.
you don't see it as prominently in this view, but we did see it in some of the others? The color of the ceiling what is that material? Is it lights? Is it
Yeah,
just
so it's going to be a lattice,
there?
right? And this design that was originally submitted is showing a multicolored lattice, and this was an early design. This has been kind of submitted in, to Brendan like mid-April, and no one on the design team really, and that's sort of like basically the brand has moved away from this multicolored solution, and we were never really that happy with it to begin with. So now that the design is one color, and it's a beige, it's sort of yellowish, pale yellow. So it's one color. It is still the same slatted ceiling type lattice treatment that goes from the outside all the way into the building, the way this image shows here. And but it is intended to be like a lighter or pale yellow, one color, and it would be uplit. So the idea is it will have this sort of halo effect over the director's facade and sort of separate the building even more than just having the gap. And so I think let's see, I guess maybe we don't have this image with the monochromatic color for that.
I didn't see one in your presentation that was monochromatic. All of them showed the multicolored.
If you look at the last image, so you can sort of see though how it really is. It is yellowish underneath of the volumes.
Right.
Yeah. So there you can sort of see it there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So that is a change.
Okay. And on the colors that you're showing on the left, are those just from the previous version that we saw, or have you started to adjust the colors there to try to pick up on some of the more mauve coloration of the base.
Yeah, so the former, and we would, we believe that if the lighter scheme is, like, these two don't work together right now, and so we would like to
Right.
adjust. Yeah, I think we need to adjust the lighter scheme to work more with the series of colors of the mauve, brown mauve, than this contrast here.
Okay, I'm glad to
And
hear you say that because I was getting to that.
yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, whereas on the other side, it's easier to deal with because we're just going to take that same mauve or brownish mauve and use that as an accent up the sort of gray green facade. So it's a little easier to deal with. On the left side, it's going to be interesting to figure that out because that mauve is mauve, brown mauve. Not to say that we're not up for it, but we'll give it a go.
Right, right. Okay. All right. And then with respect to the gap, you talked about being able to increase it by another foot or
Right.
two, up to 4.6. It's 2.6 now, right?
Yeah, so the dimension that, and if you will allow me to share my screen, I can show you an exhibit that
You can't.
I know, but it's fine. I'm just going to tell you the top,
Mhm.
the gap that Brendan is specifying in his letter it works out to be 4'6". Okay. So that would mean we'd have to take 2 feet out of the entire height of the mass of the building, which doesn't really work. And we'd have to actually lose a floor. We can take a foot out of it. And so that's what we're asking is that maybe we could, and we can align sort of the bottom of the window and the sort of lowest band with the band that the reference band that Brendan had spoken about. And so I think there's some sort of architectural logic behind that. And it ends up with a 3'6" gap which is sort of, right down the middle compromise between 4'6" and 2'6".
Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Brendan Meyer. If I could just point something out that may have been
Sure.
missed during my staff presentation, is that the images that my staff report referred to were figures in my staff report. So any board member that has a copy of my staff report can see at the end of the staff report the images, the renderings taken from previous concepts, and a photograph of the adjacent building where suggested heights are annotated to the photograph. So that would be a clear reference in the staff report.
Okay. Thanks for that, Brendan. Well,
Yeah, and Brendan, we basically just counted bricks yesterday and got that 4'6" dimension.
right. Any other questions from board members?
Yes, Monica, I think
Go.
sort
Sure.
of touch on and apologize if you're back in again.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Patrick.
Oh, okay.
That's better.
Let me see if I can give me one.
Okay. All right, we'll give him a minute. Anyone else have questions while we wait?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh,
Is that
much
better?
better. Much
All
better.
right, great. Okay,
That's
perfect.
good.
So like Bill, I'm new to the board, so I don't have the previous history of iterations of this project, but I did want to kind of zoom in on this issue of the gap, and I guess I wanted to ask a question in regards to what Brendan showed in his presentation and in the staff report. The suggestion here is for the bottom level of the new terracotta facade to somehow be no lower than the top of the string course. So I guess I'm wondering, my question is, from the previous iterations, are you saying that you definitely will lose a floor of the building if it were to be held to that mark?
We think so, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Wouldn't there be a way, Peter, you could bend the plate and maybe that could be like a bench area or something along just that level, and then the slab could go down to the other height beyond the face of the building? Would there be something that could be done that way so you don't sacrifice the entire floor, but it's this
Yeah.
3-foot depth? I don't know. I'm not a designer on your project. As you can tell, I
Well,
think it's an interesting
but I
project, so I
thought,
keep diving into it, so I'm sorry for that.
but that's a good point, Gretchen. I mean, I'm trying to understand if I understand you correctly. I was kind of wondering about that zone of the string course. Maybe not the top of the string course, but maybe the bottom of the string course. Would that somehow, and I know that it's not a straight linear approach that, when we're working with these inches, that sometimes inches will give us feet and feet will give us yards, kind of a thing. Is that something that the team could take a look at?
I've been around long enough to know that anything's possible. Relative to it wouldn't be, it would be as opposed to being a glazed gap, it would still be partially a concrete gap. So, it would be a glazed gap with a 12-inch concrete beam on top. And, so it's definitely a cleaner look to sort of create the compromise, and it's an easier construction type. But we really want to build this building, and we don't want to lose a floor. But I feel like I'm kind of hoping that we can come up with
Yeah,
sort
one
of
of
a
the
happy medium.
challenges, it seems to me that one of the challenges is you go up to the height limit and you work your way down.
Right.
And that's sort of the way it is in this town. And so you end up with this gap there. And I think one of the challenges of this design is the more you make the new proposal coplanar with the existing building, the more that gap becomes an issue. So for example, if this building was set back, if this facade was set back 10 feet or so, behind that, it might be less of an issue. But when one reads it, and particularly in the perspectives, the elevations are a little bit misleading, because when you look at it in perspective, the actual sense of that gap is going to shrink. And so it becomes, it puts the new facade and the existing facade in a kind of, at worst, a confrontation, at best, a relationship. And that's where I'm having trouble with it. I understand the efficiency of the building and the floor levels and the floor plans and things. I understand all that. I'm less concerned with compatibility in the east-west direction in terms of the buildings on either side, but more about the vertical relationship between this historic facade and what's above it. And I understand the minimal nature of that gap relative to the floor heights and the efficiency of the building. It just doesn't help me appreciate the sense of compatibility of that facade with the historic facade.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Matt just said, and I'm actually not trying to be a designer, just like Gretchen says. But one of the things that I think, maybe if I can speak off the cuff, if that whole glazed area behind the historic facade was higher, or if that treatment of that story was more of a all glazing, then you're giving more prominence to the historic facade when you do that. But then, of course, that will have implications on other aspects of the project. But I don't know if that's something that the team could take a look at.
It's really interesting that you say that, because that was the dialogue that we had in 2017, which led to 2018, where that whole floor, basically the third floor, was set back and became part of the glazing, and so the structure was exposed, and the building was much higher up in the air, and so it goes from like 2.5 feet to 10 feet, which proportionally it didn't sit right with the panel 5 years ago, maybe it's even more. I apologize. I can't go more than 5 years, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, actually. We've kind of investigated that before, and it was viewed that a closer gap was better, but where we are is definitely a minimal kind of situation. And um, uh, uh,
Okay, understood.
All right.
I guess the only thing I would say there is that what I can appreciate that. I know this is not an easy problem to solve because the building has certain efficiency targets and things. It does make me wonder whether if the building is going to be, and I think I said this in 2021, if the building is going to seem coplanar with the existing facade, whether more of the relationship of the historic resource could vertically impact the the apportioning of bays and things like that on the what's above it. In other words, if what we say is that okay, that gap is the gap, fine. It would seem to me the two strategies are you either make the gap bigger or the building ought to have more relationship to what's below it, which it does color wise here. It to me doesn't. It seems very abrupt given its proximity to that facade.
All right. Any other questions? We're sort of putting our toe into deliberation a bit.
I just wondered if
maybe
there was
Wendy.
any comments from the ANC recently that they may have had they could share.
Yes.
Hi,
Uh,
this is Meredith Power on behalf of the applicant, and we have gone back to the ANC. They've been supportive of the application. We have communicated with them as well as with the bid. They are excited to see this project go forward. It had gone through BZA, had obtained an extension, and they are, just simply obviously waiting for this project to be able to be developed. We are on a timeline in regards to the BZA order expiring in the next month.
Thanks, Meredith, that's helpful.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? All right. Then are we ready to deliberate? Anyone want to start?
I'll start.
Okay, go ahead, Gretchen.
I agree with Brendan's staff report. I think that given the nature of this facade being coplanar with the front elevation down below, what helps that work in the previous iterations is a vertical gap between them. And so I agree with the staff's recommendation about raising that height. I don't know that I think that whole floor plate, I don't recall on the plans if that's keys or if it's like a lounge space or something, but I don't know that the whole slab needs to be all the way back at that raised level, or if it can step down after, a certain dimension, 6 feet, 8 feet, 10 feet, whatever works with the grid that they have, can make it work. But in order for the top facade to be coplanar with the lower facade, I think you need that gap between the two in order to make it work. I also think that the dark color makes the building seem very heavy on top of the lower facade, and probably not. I know that's a typical Aloft solution, but I think the variation of the lighter that works more compatibly with the original colors when they find out what they are would be a better solution. I don't know if it needs to have. I would be okay with a solid color or this variegated paneling, but not black. I feel like it's too heavy on top of the building that's there. So I think they either need to keep the gap as recommended by staff or set the whole facade back. And that to me has a bigger impact on their square footage and their keys. If they set that whole facade back 3 feet, would be a dramatic impact. I would like to encourage them to work with staff who can direct them to the Park Service and DCPL for a conservator to work with them on the analysis of the precast system from John J. Early. They both would be able to make recommendations about what they know about it, and conservators who've done that testing that would make the path sort of easier and shorter for them in terms of the repair and the restoration of that facade.
How much are we saying the setback would increase based on the staff's recommendation, or the gap versus the setback?
About 2 feet.
Yeah, approximately 2 feet. That's the way we measured it, 2 feet.
I guess the visual weight of the dark color, I think, is an issue. I think Gretchen's right to point that out. I think also I think when you look at what you would see in perspective, you wouldn't read the building in elevation, and in perspective, the gap shrinks because of the way the laws of perspective work. So I'm a little wondering, does it make sense to have a wider gap, which, judging from what has been said, you either, if you increase the gap a little bit, maybe that has some issues. If you increase it a whole floor level, which to my way of thinking might be something to look at. It certainly takes the weight of the new building, which is coplanar with the historic facade. It sort of gives the historic facade a little bit of breathing room there, which I think is only to the good there. So at this point, I would like to see that pursued. I think right now the building is very, very heavy above this very small and precious facade, and it's not doing it any favors. And I don't think I can support it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyone else? I would propose a motion, and let's see where this goes. We can have further discussion after that. But a motion to support the staff report. And as long as the applicant's able to achieve the height as requested in the staff of the gap, and that they are able to work with staff on a color variation that is more complementary of the historic facade color, that they can continue to work with staff on the refinement of this. Be curious to see it come back to us. But and I see Gretchen nodding her head, so maybe that's where this should go. But I think because many of us have seen the various iterations of the gap height, this one feels like we're moving in the right direction if we're able to adhere to what staff has requested. Too much has felt like too much, like the larger height, and what we're seeing now feels like too little. So yeah, the motion is to support the staff report. And I think I talked myself into asking them to come back to show us what they've resolved, particularly with the gap in the color.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the issue really to look at with this project. So I think having another look at it, I think, is important.
Okay, was that a second, Matt?
Sure.
Okay, all right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just one quick note. I think regarding color, I think taking a look at the staff report, what is shown in the 2018 rendering, knowing what we know now about the historic facade, I think that's a more appropriate and compatible palette versus the kind of orangey pumpkin-y color that's shown in the current presentation. So just making sure they move in that direction versus the direction that's shown in this submission.
Yes.
For a
That-
kind of lighter.
That's a part of the motion that they go toward the lighter, right? But that they work with staff to refine the color so that it's more complementary of or compatible with, I'll say, the historic facade color.
We agree. We get it. We agree.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. I thought so, because you sort of talked yourself there during the presentation too. So then the motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, the motion carries. So thank you. We look forward to seeing this as it continues to get refined.
Thank you.
Mhm. All right,
Thank you.
we're ready to move to our next application, which is another project that's coming back to us after quite a while at 1800 Columbia Road Northwest. Is staff ready to make your presentation?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, I am. This is Ann Brockett. And I think there is a slide, the next slide is going to show what was previously approved. This was back in 2016 and 2017 that the board saw this and approved this concept for a new apartment building at what's called the SunTrust Plaza at the intersection of 18th Street and Columbia Road Northwest in Washington Heights. The property has since changed hands, and it's now owned by Jubilee Housing, who continues to work with the project architects Eric Colbert and Associates, and they now seek the board's review of a new concept that provides housing, retail, and a plaza amenity for the community. And that is the new iteration that the architect will walk us through in a minute. The previously approved project and the current design both present a 7-story plus penthouse building that steps down toward the historic buildings along 18th Street. However, the current iteration occupies a much smaller footprint, allowing for a generous community plaza at the north end of the parcel. The material is proposed to be cast stone at the lower floors and brick above. A 2-story loggia that is covered frames the plaza and is an amenity that was developed in consultation with the community to include a performance space. The loggia is supported on cast stone piers and will include historic infographics as a backdrop. The 18th Street and Columbia Road sides of the building feature symmetrically spaced projecting bays with cast stone caps. Storefront commercial lines both sides at ground level. Where the building abuts the lower scale architecture on 18th Street, it has a different aesthetic and steps down to 5 floors and also sits back to be in line with the adjacent existing building face. The current design offers a reduction in scale that embraces the plaza as an integral part of its design. The proposal covers approximately half of the footprint of the previous iteration and is simplified in ornament and material, both of which remain compatible with the surrounding historic district. It also helps retain the existing sense of openness and space within the historic district. With large-scale apartments throughout Washington Heights and in Kalorama Triangle, the addition of this new building is compatible with and will not alter the historic district's overall character. The proposal is consistent with the guidelines for new construction in setback, proportion, rhythm, height, scale, massing, and materials. So we are recommending that the board find the concept compatible with the historic district and consistent with the purposes of the Preservation Act and delegate final approval to staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, we are. Thank you. Appreciate your work in getting us here, and members of the board. It's a pleasure to see you today or listen to you today. I'm going to make some very brief introductory comments before turning it over to the design team to walk you through more carefully. So by way of introduction, I would just mention that Jubilee Housing is a 50-year-old neighborhood-based nonprofit developer, manager, and services provider for nearly 500 households in 13 properties in Adams Morgan, Columbia Heights, and Mount Pleasant. Including this site, we have 5 properties under development now, totaling another 170 units. We are thrilled to be associated with this project, which is such a prominent site for our neighborhood. We are very appreciative of the history of the site, both the recent litigation and community challenge that you're aware of, but also back to its importance around the time that Perpetual first constructed this building and further back into DC history, including what happened with the Knickerbocker. We have a preliminary agreement with KCA and Adams Morgan for reasonable development on this design, and we believe we are on a solid path to resolving the suit and moving the development forward. We're pleased that the ANC voted in support of this design 8-0, and we've received very positive feedback from neighbors and stakeholders across the neighborhood. Just a few more comments. I will mention that from an affordable housing perspective, the site is designed to meet some of DC's greatest needs. You're probably aware that family-sized affordable housing is the hardest to find in the district. We're very pleased that these 51 units are over half, just over half are family-sized 2- and 3-bedroom units. The affordability is consistent with Jubilee's approach. 45% of the units were expected to be at 30% AMI below and below, another 45% at 50 AMI and below, and then the last few at 80% affordability. The top level is designed to accommodate social services programming and feature a multi-purpose room for building gatherings and perhaps community-wide gatherings. We're excited by the plaza design as well, but point out that we continue to be in dialogue with KCA and Adams Morgan for reasonable development to finalize program elements such as lighting, shade, drinking fountain, stormwater, GAR, those sorts of things. We're very pleased with our architectural team, who has done a great job of incorporating Jubilee's mission goals with the feedback from the community. So I'm happy to turn it over to Eric and Steve now, and we'll field any questions you may have when you're ready.
Hi, this is Eric. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, members of the HPRB, Chairman. This is Eric Colbert with Eric Colbert and Associates Architects. And I'm very pleased to be able to come to you this morning with all the positive feedback we've gotten in the community. First of all, I'd like to say that at the kind of beginning of this company's existence, in addition to the market rate housing that we do a lot of now, we also started off doing a lot of affordable housing and working with, we did many projects with Jubilee and other groups like So Others Might Eat. So when they agreed to continue on with us in this new quest, we were really delighted. And we've also felt very, the fact that we've enjoyed working with the stakeholders in the community and Jubilee under the direction of Jim to really move this design forward, giving them the kind of open space that they've requested all along. So with that, I'll let Steve describe some of the details that we've come up with. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Steve Dickens. I'm a senior associate at Eric Colbert and Associates and the project designer and manager for this project, as well as for the predecessor project. You can see from the site here, it's one of these sites where a bunch of streets kind of come together, and that makes it, it's a little unusual in DC, not that there's a bunch of streets coming together, but that it isn't the grid with the diagonal cutting through. It's just a lot of different things are on different angles. If we could go on to the next slide. So existing on the site is the 1978 Perpetual Bank branch, and it has a plaza on the corner and then a giant drive-through in the back. The plaza is kind of a real low example of late modernist plaza planning. which is to say it really isn't very good. But the community managed to find a lot of different ways to use it despite this. Nevertheless, of course, there is no desire whatsoever to replicate it on our part or the communities or Jubilees. We're really working for something that will be much more beautiful and functional. Next slide, please. This is giving you a sense of the area. We have a mix of some different types and sizes and heights and styles of buildings. Brick is very predominant. Beyond that, though, it kind of diverges into a lot of variety. Next. And then in the immediate area, this is some of the taller buildings around right across the street. The Melwood is 83 feet tall. One block down Columbia, 1841, is 87. You can see the buildings immediately next door to us are 56. There's a 67 in the same block and a 72. So there's a range, and there are shorter buildings in between those. Next. This is just going through, at the time when we first went through this, Steve Colcott was particularly interested in the Columbia Road as the sort of forgotten third great historic apartment corridor of Washington. And so we kind of indulged him with this exhibit, which was actually a lot of fun to make. So next. We also did a so-called abutting conditions analysis. The takeaway here is that this neighborhood is full of conditions where a taller building of usually 8 or 9 stories just butts right up against some shorter buildings. We're doing a transition, but the more direct is something that happens all over the place. Next. Then getting to our design, you can see the building is pulled back from the corner with the plaza in the foreground. You can see the loggia, which is the first 2 floors facing, and then the building pulls out above it. Across the street, so to the right here, you can see the Melwood, which is actually a little bit taller than we are. And then to the left going down 18th is the long row of the restaurants and bars and all that stuff. Next. So here's our site plan showing the plaza. Again, the design is still in the works to some degree, but I think some things that have settled down is having a landscape buffer more along the Columbia Road side, and then have it more open to 18th Street. There's a lot of slope going on here, and one of the things that buys us is the ability to level out the plaza somewhat to make it more functional than the current plaza is. The plaza, including the loggia, is the same size as the existing plaza, plus the existing plaza's upper balcony. Next.
One thing I'd like to say is that our main plan for the plaza is for maximum flexibility. So we don't want to put a lot of elements in the plaza. We want to keep it as open and available for different kinds of venues as possible.
Right. Or to be more precise, things get put in the open plaza, but they are movable things. Furniture, elements, umbrellas, etc. So here now we have the view of the building looking from the big intersection there where 18th, Columbia, Adams Mill all come together. We've got the curving facade addressing the public space. We've kind of created a sense of the towers on either side. It's a subtle thing, and then the little recess in the middle are just some articulation to try to bring this facade, give it more life. You can see it's a simple design in a sense. It's got your base, middle, and top. It's got pretty straightforward materials, and we've really been making an effort on proportions to keep that really good and within the historic compatibility. We also have the windows are somewhat deeper set than some modern buildings would be, particularly at the top floor. You can see the shadow line set back there, which is accentuating the sense of the top in the base middle top. Next. This would be on the Columbia Road side, which at that point Columbia Road is curving, and so the facade has a subtle curve to it. There are 3 subtly projecting bays. There's an incredibly unusual zoning and projections code reason why these are only projecting a small amount versus the more standard. But I think the subtle projection looks good and has a kind of the handsome buttoned up quality that the Columbia Road apartment corridor features. We have a couple of entrances here. As currently set up, you can see the canopies. The entrance on the left is the main apartment building entrance, and the entrance on the right would be a retail space. At the left, you also see the end of the loggia coming through. So at this side on Columbia Road, it actually immediately has some steps down to get to the main level of the plaza. And then you can see the planter there going to the right there, including behind the bus stop with the plantings there, the trees we did as a semi-transparent so that you would have a sense of the context. One thing I want to point out here is the buildings immediately southwest of us, so to the right across the alley. They're only 4-story buildings, but they're rather tall 4-story buildings such that we end up not being that much taller than they are. And then when you get the building that's partly obscured by the tree there is the same height as what we're proposing. Next. On 18th Street, the facade is shorter just because of how things work out. Here we get the full 4-foot deep bays. So we have 2 of them symmetrically located. We also get this end of the loggia, and at this end it just goes straight in. It's an accessible entrance, so there's no steps or anything. This side has 1 retail space, which may be the bank space. My understanding is they have, as part of the arrangement, the ability to use this space if they decide to. The Truist is the bank nowadays, and they have one right across the street, so it's possible they'll keep that. Anyway, it's a retail space with this canopy entrance. To the right in this, which is going south on 18th Street, is I call it the bustle. My staff calls it the spur, but it's the step down portion that's 5 stories tall, making the transition down to the commercial row houses that go down the block. Next, please. So looking at the plaza, this shows a setup with a stage. The stage is one of the areas where there's been a lot of discussion with the community, permanent, not permanent, how big, what is it exactly used for. It remains to be seen where this is going to land, but I think it illustrates the idea of the openness to 18th Street, changing the paving so that you read it. 18th Street has a special sidewalk that's kind of a golden tan exposed aggregate. And so we're proposing a Belgian block for the plaza without getting into too much detail there because it's still evolving. But you see the landscape edge along the Columbia Road side. And you can also see how the loggia is proposed to work with the fascia around the top that then gets wider where you're above the center bay, the stage area. Which is both a visual thing because it feels like it needs to be, and it's also a structural thing because it's a relatively long span that we've got there. Next.
I just want to say one thing. We don't really see the stage being much different than the way it's depicted here. I think the main issue right now is whether it's a permanent thing or it can be taken down.
Right. Yeah. Or if it's some of both even. So here we have another view of the plaza. This would be a pedestrian view from 18th Street. The idea is much as we have in downtown DC with the Golden Triangle and the Downtown Bid and the Chinatown Bid, which are doing these parks with the movable little metal folding chairs and cafe tables, and some of them have umbrellas, that this would be part of the furniture here, that it could be arranged in different ways depending on the use. It could be here, it's set up more as an audience facing a stage. It could be more random for just daily use. In addition, we have studied for the community what we're calling market setup, with the potential that the farmers market, which was here for a long time, might return to this location. And it also could work for other things that might happen here, book fairs, 5K races, etc. Next. So one unusual thing we have going with this is we have a couple of commemorative displays. I think Anne called them informatics or something. I liked her word. And one of them is, and so these are at either end of the loggia within the part that is expressed as a subtle tower. So one of them we're looking at is a Knickerbocker display memorial. At the other end, we're looking at it as a Perpetual Bank, redlining in DC. Exactly what it will be remains to be seen. What we're showing here is just an idea for what it might be. We are most decidedly not designing these. We're trying to create an architecturally integrated space for them, but not be the designers. That a community working with some expert consultants would come up with that. In addition, the middle bays, in between them, we are looking at a mural of some sort, which would also be a community art project. What we're showing is only a suggestion of what it could be. Next. So the plans are pretty straightforward, I think. So the first two, we have the loggia eating out of the northern side, and we have the core in the middle, and spaces arrayed around it. At the right, the first floor plan, I would draw to your attention something that's not obvious here. The alley where the loading berth is almost a story higher than the adjacent part of 18th Street. It's about 8 feet higher. And that worked out really, really, really well in terms of the loading berth and the driveway kind of nestling up against each other the way that's shown here. And this is identical to what we had in the previous scheme, because all of the other alternatives were disastrous. So they were so disastrous that even the Public Space Committee agreed. So I did want to bring that to your attention because it's a challenging aspect of the site. The Columbia Road side is about 5 feet higher than the 18th Street side, and then the alley keeps rising from Columbia Road. Next, please. So when we get up to the residential floors, you can see the units are arraying around the core. For a very unusual footprint, I think the building ended up being surprisingly efficient, which is really nice. You can see we have the 3 bedrooms on the front corners. We have a series of 2 bedrooms. For the 6th and 7th floor, you can see how that southeastern wing drops off. Next. And then the top and the bottom of the building, we have 1 underground garage level, again, for a very unusually shaped site that's not especially large. It laid out pretty well, which is nice and unexpected. And then on the top, we have the setback penthouse with a community room on one side, mechanical room on the south, and then some social service offices facing on the west side. There's a modest roof deck too. One thing that you may or may not have noticed in the aerial shot is we don't have a mechanical farm on top of this penthouse. The elevators pop up, but otherwise we don't have anything up there, so that this mechanical room may actually be open to the sky. And this came out of the last round on this building, where the visibility of this site the board was very concerned about that. And so we initially had the kind of more classic Washington wedding cake penthouse, but we pulled the mechanical off of it, and we found places lower down in the building, like for instance on the roof over the loading berth off the alley is where we ended up locating most of the mechanical equipment, and we would probably do that again. I think this is the last sheet, but maybe not. Is there another sheet? Try next. Oh, there is. I forgot about these. So in addition to the renderings, we also do have elevations, which give you the elevation sense of how the building is relating and fitting into its context. It also shows how the zoning height limit is working out in the floor to floor of the building, as well as how the penthouse works. And you can see here that aside from the elevator pop-up, the penthouse does not have an upper level to it. So on that is what we've got for you.
Excuse me, I want
Yes,
to say
you
one
wanna add
thing, and that
anything?
is, the bays, which stop one story below the top, I think also help to provide a nice transition between our building and some of the adjacent row buildings.
Agreed. That's what we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Not yet.
Okay, let's, we do have two people who are registered to speak, giving public comments. So let's hear from them, and then we can come back to the board for questions. The first that I have is George Pinehurst. Is George Pinehurst on the line? No? Okay. Let's see. I saw Dennis James. Is Dennis James still on?
Am I being heard?
We can hear you, yes.
Yeah, I'm having some problem, at least with the picture at my end, but
Yeah, I
the
noticed
architect,
that. It looks like a, yeah, very strange blob.
sorry
Something out
about the
of Star
blob.
Trek.
Yeah.
No,
But
I
we
would
can
just
hear
say,
you just fine, so you can make
okay.
your, yes, give your
Yeah, I
testimony.
don't have any sort of a presentation. I'm the president of Calorama Citizens Association. We submitted a letter in support, and we fully stand by that. And, I just haven't attended one of these hearings in quite a while, and I just thought there might be something to add, but the architects have handled it beautifully. So
Thank you.
that's all from me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Always helps to hear from community organizations who have been engaged through this process. So we appreciate you speaking today. I'm going to ask one more time for George Pinehurst, if he's on. George Pinehurst. Do you see him? Does the whoever's controlling the
I
AV
refreshed
today?
and yes, I refreshed and he still has not
Okay.
signed.
Okay. All right. Then we will keep going. Any questions then from the board? for the applicant? I'll start with one. One of the things that well, let me start by saying I commend you for this concept. It is, uh, as you know, much more community focused, which was something we heard quite a lot about when the last owner was before us many years ago. The public plaza, as soon as I saw it, I could tell this was what the community was asking for, and it looked like you were directly responding to that. Certainly the public component of the stage. Is the stage, I don't know if you figured this out, but is it a piece that moves in and out, or is it a step up in the concrete? Are there entrances to any of to the building from that platform? How does that work?
We are currently doing some studies on this exact subject, of whether the stage was permanent or demountable, or potentially both, that there could be a very kind of a small, what you might call more a platform rather than a stage, which is permanent, but then there could be demountable pieces when a larger or higher stage was wanted. That's something that's still being figured out. In terms of entrances to the building, the only connection, it doesn't really show up very clearly here, but in the plan, though, you can see there is a fairly large storage room that is for the plaza, and it has its entrance is currently just in the bay, the second to leftmost bay, so immediately right of where we're proposing for the Knickerbocker Memorial to go. But aside from that, there's no doors connecting into the building, and that is not an accident. I might note the community wants this to be the community's plaza and not the front yard of this building. And so, I think one might expect that the main entrance to this building would actually be right in the middle of where the stage is, but it is not set up that way, so that this is very much a public realm, and not reading as the private realm of the building.
One thing I'd like to point out is that due to the, as you know, building affordable housing is difficult because of the cost and the rents that are available. So, we don't have a lot of extra resources to be building anything that's really more significant than what we're showing here.
Sure, I certainly appreciate that. And it was more a question. I wasn't suggesting anything. It was just
Okay.
a question of what really was happening there. One other thing I wanted to ask about is, you've done a good job of having the building and site respond programmatically to the community, but architecturally, the base feels like it is not of the context. The scale of it feels aloof from the surrounding context, and I think it's because of the scale, the height of the base, and I just wondered what your how you determined the height of your base and the proportions as it
So,
relates to the
Steve,
context.
let me make one comment before you answer architecturally. And I think the board is aware that the importance for this site of both delivering a meaningful, affordable housing resource for the community while preserving the functionality of the plaza. So the real art here was finding a way to maintain a large enough plaza and deliver enough density for the housing. And it really turned out that the loggia was the accommodation that made both of those things possible. I'll let Steve say more about height and the aesthetic there, but it was really a key feature in being able to have enough plaza and enough housing.
Okay. Yes. It was sort of a breakthrough actually, and the height of it in that respect being 2 stories, that was a feeling that was amount that it felt like it was part of the plaza, but it still allowed the 5 stories above it. I would say in terms of the scale of it, on the Columbia Road side, if we go down a slide, I think just one down, I think the base relates actually very well and strongly to the row adjacent to us on the Columbia Road side. It's also shorter on this side because of how the grades work on the site. So here I think it's actually very strong in its relationship. If we go to the next slide, which is the 18th Street side, it's definitely getting to be taller because it's essentially the same datum line, but the ground plane is dropping. This was something we worked with staff on, that they were also concerned about the height of it and the vertical proportion of it. So the black or the dark base got introduced on this side as a means of taming the proportions of it. And I think in terms of how it relates, the studies we did of we called the abutting conditions, one of the things that showed was that most of the time in this Washington Heights Historic District, as well as the other historic districts that nestle into this area, most of the time when the larger buildings are abutting the smaller buildings, there really is no effort to ameliorate. And so, our thinking is that the building is its own thing. It's a coherent whole. On this side, that means that it's having a scale that's a little bit different than what it's abutting. Although I think the 5-story piece is helping to bridge that gap. But that's where we're coming from anyway. You can judge it from there.
I think that another thing is that the way this is rendered, the base is very light, almost whitish. And I think that with a warmer color and a color that's more similar to the brick color, that some of the feeling that you could get from that would be reduced. That with less contrast, I think the base, the proportions, that whole issue is mitigated a little bit.
Yeah, I had some questions about that myself. Because I guess the 2 sides, the Columbia Road side and the 18th Street side are kind of different at one level. The Columbia Road side, the 18th Street side has a very, very robust retail character there. Columbia Road, it seems to me, tends to be a little more variable. You have some buildings that are more strictly residential, and you have some buildings that are retail as well. And one level, I look at those bays and I think, well, there's sort of the, at least on 18th Street, there's sort of the dimension of some of the townhouse increment that is further down the street, which sort of works there. But what you don't have on 18th Street are bays that project quite like this. Maybe this is splitting hairs somewhat, but when you look at the residential buildings on Columbia Road, you do get some of the bays as you have treated them in a similar way there. On 18th Street, they tend not to be there, I think, unless I'm reading it wrong. And those would be retail. That would be a bank or something in there in the view we're looking at. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah. I would want to counterpoint slightly on that an exception to the retail commercial row house character of 18th Street happens in multiple locations where you have a large apartment building on a corner. And in those cases, most of the time they have shoehorned retail into the 18th Street side one way or another, but they didn't change the character of the building. The building itself retains a coherent character, which is usually based on its primary facade, which sometimes is facing the side street and sometimes is facing 18th Street. So it can be either. I think also that there are a lot of projecting bays on this block. What there really is a lot of variety.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I think there's not any one sort of
Yeah.
thing, right? No,
You
you're
know,
right
it's
about
cool.
that. Yeah.
And a couple of the buildings that have projecting bays are the two immediately next to us. And so that, I do think is a helpful thing in terms of how this reads with the context.
Yeah.
Even if you go across the street, particularly, for some reason, the facades of the building unusually are set back quite a bit further from the property line than normal. So there are a lot of additions that have been placed over the years on those structures that stick out even more than 4 feet, which is, the typical bay in Washington.
Yeah, no, I guess the height of the 2-story reading, I suppose, could be justified based on the fact that it has a relationship to a civic plaza, which is maybe not something, certainly the buildings there now doesn't do that, but, one could argue that's an appropriate urban design gesture.
One of the things I wondered about when it rounds that corner is maybe with the solidity of the monument there at that corner, what if it, instead of having the feel of a loggia, it becomes more of a water table or a base for the building? Because a lot of the apartment buildings have sort of that tripartite concept, right, Eric, with the base being either like a precast or a stone, and then the brick in the middle, and then something else happening at the top, with the penthouse or reduced floor. The projecting bays don't bother me, but I just feel like maybe there's some more of a solid nature, so it feels like a base of a building rather than the loggia on this side. I like the idea on the terrace, and I think it works well on the other side. It's this view that I think just needs some design finesse to it.
We'll certainly look at that.
I would agree with Gretchen. I think there are a couple things in particular. It's the dimension of those columns that is just so skinny in relation to the mass of the building above them. It's the scale of the cast stone elements, which I think is too small relative to the brick above. And I think it's where that building turns the corner between 18th Street and Columbia that it goes back to the brick. I think it kind of shatters that visual illusion that this is something distinct from the mass of the building above. So I do think exploring some changes in scale and dimension and color, especially too, would be helpful.
That's
Yeah.
true. Can I get we're now in deliberation, I think, based on the comments. Are we ready to deliberate, or are we?
I just have one other
Or do we-
question for
Okay.
one other question for the architects. If you go to the view from across intersection, it's called not that one. No, the ground level, I guess. There's a sort of very direct reading of the lines of above coming down into the base from the orange brick down into the lighter color, the 2-story piece. And then we get this stage element here where that rule is kind of broken, where you have this sort of structural reading of a embedded column in the wall above coming down, and there's a kind of skinny column below it. And then we have this big gap in the middle there. And it sort of sends to me a kind of mixed language about, what the sort of presumptive order of the building is. Is it a building where the structure comes down and it has a kind of resonance from top to bottom? Because the piece in the middle, we have a few dangling pilasters there, in a sense, and I can understand the idea to make the stage. Maybe we could just hear you a little bit more on that, because it sets up a kind of language issue to me a little bit.
Well, one comment I would say is, in fact, and this may or may not make any difference to your deliberations, but in fact, what's showing up is reminiscent of the actual structure, which is that it's a concrete structure with the transfer slab at the third floor level. So in other words, at the fascia of the loggia is actually a transfer slab where it's transferring to a light gauge frame and composite deck building, which is also how the structure basically works in terms of being able to have this extension out and get it to work. Apropos, I will say, of the column sizes, I think our structural engineer wants us to make them bigger anyway, so that may have been in the cards, regardless of whether your eyes noticed it. I think we initially had it with the two columns in the middle, and they were also more evenly spaced. And for one thing, it frankly looked kind of fascist. And I like fascist architecture, but
Me too.
I know it's a guilty pleasure.
Some of
But
it, anyway. Some.
But did you explore, Steve, something like maybe, sort of fighting between, is it a loggia or is it a proscenium? So maybe it's a proscenium that's set within the loggia and it could project out or something. Did you look at that?
That's the conflict here is that,
Yeah.
the neighborhood really wanted the space in the loggia to become part of the plaza. So having too many columns or the columns getting too big kind of disconnected it from the common area. And that was something that the neighborhood didn't really want.
In particular, they did want this like pretty good sized stage, which really the columns in the middle didn't work for.
I'm not talking about additional columns. I'm just talking about maybe the proscenium that frames the stage projects out, so it gives it a little more definition within the loggia and reason for why the columns are sort of landing where they are, because it frames the stage and that defines the rhythm.
No, that's an interesting idea, Gretchen. As it happens, currently we have the fascia as a continuous plane, and the plane of the brick wall behind steps back. So in effect, it is coming out a little bit, and I liked how that looks. So maybe actually bringing it out the way you're suggesting might be might actually just make that stronger. That we get the bigger setback there in the middle.
I wonder if, yeah, I can appreciate it. And I also, I understand you're dealing with the top of one structural technology and then something else above. But it does make me wonder whether one of those strategies might be to more closely, if you want the big gap in the middle, right? The stage, right? You want that, right? It seems to me you've dropped the beam there in the middle. A simple thing might be just to thicken the columns there to the inside so that they have a very direct relationship to what's above them. Now, I know that that's not the structural system, but that's the way the building reads in terms of the language you guys are pursuing. And it makes me wonder whether just sort of simply aligning that second, between the second and third windows from the left, aligning that brick with a pier below or some articulation of it would help that all read, and then the big opening starts to make more sense to me. Yeah.
Okay, I could see that.
Is that material of the loggia? I know in some of the renderings it has sort of a brick coursing, but are you thinking it's brick or is it a precast, or what are you thinking about for the design? In addition to the color, just trying to understand the scale of it relative to the scale of the brick in the building.
We've been looking at Arriscraft, their Renaissance product, if you're familiar with that. It's sort of in between a brick and a precast, and the scale of it is bigger than a brick, but smaller than you would typically get with precast. And it's because of that, it's economical. The mason can lay it. It's essentially laid the same way brick is, and it's like I say, it's an economical way to do this. And it can look really great in terms of the sort of limestone swirl in it. It can look, I know I had one project on 14th Street where we had an existing limestone facade, and in an addition, we did the Arriscraft, and almost everyone thought the Arriscraft looked better, and they thought the existing facade wasn't actually limestone. So, funny things like that.
Go
do
figure.
happen.
Yeah,
That
I
answer
mean,
your
I think
question,
that. Sorry, go ahead, Gretchen. No, well, I was just going to say, I think maybe one solution would be to make the figure of the stage be more resonant in the center of the facade. In other words, the way you're doing out and back with the center bay there, the two bay and then the three windows above in the middle. I do wonder whether if that was pushed so that the corners came around to the second bay of the loggia, and then you recessed and that read all the way up as part of the stage there, then the stage and the facade partie would have a very one-to-one kind of resonance, it seems to me. You understand what I'm saying? You have a recess in the center of the bay, in the center of the facade.
So you're
Right.
saying it's the opposite of what Gretchen suggested, right?
That's happened before.
No, I mean, we can
I'm
do
not
that.
married to my ideas. I'm brainstorming. I'm not.
Yeah, well, where I was going was to if you want that big opening, which seems like an interesting idea for the urban design of the space, then I would think that instead of having the center bay with the ganged windows and the three windows above, where the facade, if I understand it correctly, the facade comes along, then it sets back in that piece there, right?
Yeah.
If you took that piece and extended it one bay wider, right, and had it work with the bays of the two window wide end bays, you could have the reading of the stage piece sort of project up into the rest of the facade, and then maybe the pilasters would be the same dimension or something. It to me right now there's a bit of a disconnect between the lower level and the upper levels. I mean, I think it's a nice project, and I think having that plaza there, I think, is a big, exhale moment for the community, I'm sure.
Yes.
As far as we all know.
Yeah,
But
we can study that is the short answer. I think we can study that and Gretchen's suggestion and the larger columns, and you always study it, and then sometimes you're like, wow, that didn't work. And other times you're like, oh, okay, this is doing what we hoped it would do. So, nowadays it's not too hard to look at some different options, and we'll do that.
Also, did you look? I noticed on the elevation between Columbia Road and 18th Street. On 18th Street, your loggia has sort of a darker base stone at grade, and that's the only place it exists that way, right? The loggia in the plaza area is the light colored material all the way to grade, and then in Columbia Road, it's also light all the way to grade. I don't know if that was intentional or just something sort of happened as a byproduct of the design, but did you explore, having the building be having the dark stone and maybe the loggia being light all the way, or
in a word,
you explored
yes. Initially, we did not have the dark base anywhere, other than where it's a sill under a window, like what you're seeing here. And then we're working with Steve and Ann in HPO. They identified, and we agreed that the Columbia Road side had some proportion problems. It was really just too tall, and they suggested introducing the base there, which we did, and with some other moves, I think that tamed the proportions there. And then we initially pulled it across the plaza, including the base of the columns and as well as on the back wall. And then because the Columbia Road's higher, Columbia Road side is higher, it just died into the steps that happen, from Columbia Road sidewalk down into the loggia. And that seemed okay. We tried it on the Columbia Road side, and it actually made the proportions suddenly, which currently look really great, made them look really squat. And so we took it off there. We figured that the way that the grade change works kind of gives us a way to end it. But we did have it going around the loggia side. That was not liked by our community partners. And Steve and Ann didn't feel, they weren't loving it either. I don't know that I was myself, but regardless, so we took it off on the plaza face. And what that does mean is that there's got to be a transition somewhere, and there isn't, frankly, the perfect place for that to happen. And what we've chosen is what we felt like was the best place for it to happen. But compositionally, it is an open end.
I mean, I think that's something we're going to look at when we do some design development of the base in general. I mean, the lower two floors of the building.
All right. Any other questions before we deliberate? All right. And thank you all for your presentation today and the discussion. And I think now the board is ready to deliberate.
Thank you.
Sure. We've started some of this. Anyone want to add to?
I only have one concern. I mean, I think the building conceptually is strong, and I agree with all the comments that have been made. I'm a little worried about the level of detail on some things, that, I don't know, it just seems like it seems like maybe it isn't at the point where some of that stuff's been really thought about yet. And not that I think necessarily I would hold up the project for that reason, but I think that, there's obviously things they could do with brick detailing and coursing and surrounds around windows and things that would give, and also at the base, that would give the building a more, more design, I suppose, is what I'm saying. The basic diagram of it seems fine to me, aside from what some of the things we suggested they look at.
I know we talked about widening up the columns at the loggia potentially. Did you all talk about or have any thoughts about the depth of the changing depth of the material at the loggia at the beam? So it came to mind, Matt, when you talked about the beam being thickened over the stage platform area. And I started noticing that it does get thicker there and it's thinner in those 3 bays as it wraps the corner. But then it appears to get thicker again because of the way the bays are detailed. And I can't tell if it doesn't look like it quite gets as deep as the beam over the stage, but I'm just wondering if you all have any thoughts about that part of the loggia as well, feeling a little bit too thin at those corners.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I liked Gretchen's comment about making the depth of that slab kind of a feature rather than a bug, and highlighting it as a kind of proscenium feature. And I think there is something that could be done with thickening up those columns. Yeah.
If you go to sheet A3, video across Columbia Road, you see on the Columbia Road elevation that there's that little inset around the windows that gives it a little thicker perception. Maybe that's the thickness that you need. I mean, that's a nice little detail, and
Yeah,
Not
it
expensive,
is.
not as expensive as some things, there's a cost to it, but not as expensive as some things that could be done.
Yeah.
But I agree that
Yes,
I would hate for the upper part also to become too flat. I think it's nice how the windows are set in with the spandrel panels, with the spandrel panels that are the dark metal that match the inset in the base of the building. I just wouldn't want through all of this for the primary windows set in the brick bays to become too close to the skin so it feels flat.
You know, one way to deal with the question of the so-called missing columns in the loggia on the plaza side would be if we could go back to the plaza view there, whoever's running the would be to have that zone have mostly spandrel in the center of it, not brick. In other words, instead of having those two brick piers that sit above a place where there's no column, one possibility would be whether or not that could be spandrel in there. So it would lighten up the visual weight of that as well. I mean, I think there's some nuances and some sort of clarifications that the team would be well advised to undertake. And I don't know that we're suggesting anything that would, I certainly don't think it's a redesign. I think it's more of a refinement and clarification of some of the stuff we've been talking about.
Agree.
Well, gosh, it speaks volumes from the previous time we heard this with the amount of public testimony that we had, even some of it with a soundtrack. Remember that, Marnique?
Oh my gosh, yes. The
Well,
Star
public
Wars
space,
soundtrack.
public
Yeah, that was
space,
back
whether
to our
it's
in-person days.
public space, whether it's really public space or private space that people let use public has value. You know,
Oh, it wasn't Star Wars. It was oh gosh.
I don't remember what it was, but it was
Yeah.
ominous.
Yes, it was. It was.
From The Shining.
It wasn't The Shining, but it was closer to that than Star Trek.
that's why I support the loggia. I think even though it's not an animal one finds, roaming around this part of Washington, I do think it is potentially a very good urban design thing, and could have some real value in that location.
Yeah.
Because it makes the building, the use of the public space bigger. And
Yeah.
It does.
I agree with you, Matt. My first comment was like, this feels more like the Carlisle buildings near King Street a little bit with the loggia. I don't know. I'm sorry. I hope I don't offend Eric by saying this, but it's a great postmodern building. And this is nice. This is a nice postmodern solution. I think it needs some revision, and I like the idea of the loggia. And as you said, Matt, it's not something that's part of the vocabulary, but I think it can fit with the vocabulary given the plaza that's there.
yeah, I mean, in another location, it might not work, but it works
Right.
here.
Right.
Yeah. But this
Yeah,
is
I
a
can see
weird
that.
location, very specific location.
It's a nice move.
All right. Any other comments? All right. So, I think we're in agreement that we like the direction that this is headed, and generally support it. There are tweaks to the architecture that have been recommended to improve it. And so I would make a motion that we support the concept and ask that it come back as it's further developed, with staff to allow the board to see how it evolves. I think we've given enough direction on what we'd like to see as modifications as it moves forward. Does staff have any questions for us?
I'll second that.
Okay, thanks. All right.
No, I
sounds like-
I think your comments have been very clear. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Anne. All right, then the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? If not, then all those in favor say aye.
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 All right. Anyone oppose? All right, the motion carries. Thank you all.
Thanks for your excellent
Very nice
feedback.
project.
All right. Thank you.
Great to see so much affordability.
Yeah, it's
Right.
nice.
Thank you. All right, so we're ready to move to 16th Street, back to a project that was before us last month at 1900 and 1902 16th Street. Staff want to make the presentation first?
Sure. This is Ann Brockett again. Steve is fortunately for him out of the country. So I'm filling in for him. This is a project that you all saw just last month for some demolition, new construction, and additions to two buildings at the corner of 16th and T Streets in the historic 16th Street Historic District. At the April board meeting, you voted to approve the demolition of 1900 based on its deteriorated condition and contingent on a preservation plan for the salvage, reuse, and reconstruction of the facade elements. However, the board did ask that the concept return with the third story element that's on the corner building at 1900 further differentiated from the two-story element. The third floor on 1902 either removed or reduced to where it would not be visible from street view, and the scope of demolition for 1902 reduced. So what we are going to look at today are revised plans that provide a more differentiated treatment between the reconstructed two-story front element and the three-story rear element. The two-story element would continue the punched windows and scored stucco parging of the historic facade, while the three-story element would be clad in smooth stucco on the body of the structure and cementitious panels on the bay, with a more contemporary and ganged window style. The portion of the third story that projects over the two-story building will be recessed from the side elevation, so set in from the side, and fenestrated to appear recessive and lighter in weight. The setback on the third floor of 1902 has been increased from 12 feet to 16 feet, and the structural plans still indicate that the roof framing will be entirely removed. The treatment of the two massing elements on 1900 responds to the board's direction and achieves a successful balance of differentiating the pieces while still resulting in a unified composition. The recessing and redesign of the three-story element that sits atop the two-story piece is more successful in making it a secondary element. The slight increase in the setback of the third story on 1902, however, does not achieve the desired effect of eliminating the visibility of the roof addition. There are photographs in the staff report, and they may be included in the next slides, but in the staff report, there are photos of the roof mock-up that should show it would be substantially more visible than is shown in the renderings. The applicant has stated that the reason for the removal of the roof framing at 1902 is due to it being understructured. However, the staff suggests that rather than removing the existing framing, that it simply be supplemented by sistering in additional framing to reduce the amount of demolition at this property. So we're recommending that the board approve the revised design for 1900, find the third floor roof addition and removal of roof framing at 1902 to be inconsistent with the preservation law, and to delegate final approval to staff contingent on the third floor at 1902 being removed and the plans revised to include retention of the roof framing. Thank you.
All right, is the applicant ready to present?
I am. This is Nika Shelton.
Keep going.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, perfect. It's not highlighting on my screen. Okay, so excellent. I think we pretty much have we've already submitted and spoke about this during the last meeting. I think if we just kind of go to the last few slides, slide 14, we can go through everything, but this is obviously just showing the cover sheet. The next slides are showing the plans, site plans, and floor plans, existing pictures. Most of these we saw last week. Demo, exterior, rear. I had went over the floor plans last time, and I don't think we need to discuss those. And then the next slides will be the elevation. And as mentioned, so this is the front elevation. As mentioned, we are severely setting back 1902 1902 16th to be more in line with what we discussed with staff and hoping to get approved. If you go to the next slide, we can see the left side of elevation. So this, if we go to let's just keep moving forward so we can go to the renderings and discuss where. Next slide. Okay. So you may just go back to A2, the slide before this slide. Right. So I believe the architect is on the line as well, Ray. But here we're showing the renderings for 1600. I'm sorry, for 1902 and 1900. I believe the staff is. I believe when we discussed this with staff, they said that the addition is going to be more visible, but in our renderings, we're showing how severely set back it is. If you go to the next slide. Yep, you can see it a little bit better. This is from across the street. As you can see, it's hardly seen in picture 4. I think we've got one last slide. Yep, so this is showing here, we are showing on 16-foot setback and the 12, where the 12-foot setback would be visible. Ray, do you want to jump in?
Hi, good morning. Hi, good morning. This is Ray Zadi. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, as mentioned, we revised the elevations of the T Street. So the two building, as Anne very clearly stated, the existing building, the 2-story and the 3-story are more defined. We also did a new mock-up, which is not on the plan, of the 16-foot setback for the 1902 building, which I think this photograph that is there doesn't show the 16-foot setback. It's still in the 12-foot setback. I have it in my board. If I can share it with you, it is still visible. If you go all the way across to the corner on the other side, we're going to see a little bit of the building edge on the top of the 1902, but realistically we feel that it's just a edge of a background building, which doesn't clearly state that it's an addition in the 1902 that would damage it or make it look like it's an addition on top of it. And it's not a full floor addition. It's a 16-foot back, which we're covering less than 1/3 or almost 1/3 of the square foot area of the floor. It's like a penthouse addition rather than a floor addition on the 1902. But however, we feel it's strongly needed, to add to the building because it's just a 2-bedroom apartment. And that just gets a 3rd room addition, to it by having that little penthouse. So we'd appreciate if you could consider the partial 3rd floor addition in the 1902. And we have worked very closely with Steve, revising the 1900 T Street elevation, and I hope it is to your liking. And after a year, we could keep going at this building. I will remain for any questions that I can answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from board members at this time? All right. Yeah, I mean, I think this view, I appreciate you all showing this because it's much more telling than the rendering. The flag test certainly shows that the addition on the roof is much more visible than it shows in the rendering. I know you said it's minimally, but it doesn't appear minimal in this view. So if there are no questions, is the board ready to deliberate?
Can I add something about this setback?
Sure.
One thing you should really realize, once the third floor addition on the 1900, which sits about 4 foot and is much taller, is placed, the 16-foot setback on the 1902, it is really minimal, and the renderings have been done accurately based on the plans. Now the plan, the mock-up that you see is really a 12-foot setback, is the drawing from the last month. However, we did it yesterday, the 16-foot setback, you would still see it. It's not that it's not going to be seen. The top of it is shown. But what we did yesterday, we put the 12-foot setback on the 1900, and then we put the 16-foot setback, you know, so you could see the front one versus the back one. And, you know, I feel that it's very minimal to see or to feel that there is really an addition on top of the 1902. So we do appreciate your consideration on this issue. Thank you.
I have one question as well. I know during the last meeting, and I know once we wrap up our presentation, you guys will deliberate and we won't have anything else to say. So I just wanted to jump in and ask, I know during the last meeting, it seemed as if the board was interested or would consider, based on what we're proposing, due to just making being more in line with the neighborhood. And we are hoping to get suggestions on how we can somehow accomplish the addition, but also meet what the board has considered or would consider. So any suggestions would be helpful.
I think we talked about that last time. I mean, we're not going to design this for you, but what we asked for at the last hearing was for you to show us how this could be made not visible, or minimally visible means you can barely see it. And this you can clearly see, even with an addition over 1900, it may block part of the corner, the left corner, from this view of the addition over the neighboring building, but you're still going to see it. It's not going to completely block it. So, I mean, at some point, your setback is going to be so great that it's going to render the addition not meaningful. I mean, you have to tell us where that line is.
Okay. It's about 50% of the building now. So I know we're definitely doing all that we can to make it as least visible as possible, especially with the 16-foot setback. So hopefully we can move forward.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Sure.
May I just chime in with some background or clarification? I mean, the board and the staff are considering a visible third story on 1900 because it's a reconstruction. The historic building at 1902 would fall in line with all other roof additions that the board reviews in historic districts, where we generally require roof additions not be visible, possibly minimally visible. So this is not something that we're holding, you know, is necessarily related to 1900. 1902 specifically, the record of the board is very clear that roof additions should not be visible. So I just wanted, there is a separation between these two buildings where it comes to the visibility of the roof addition. Thank you.
Yes, I'm totally clear on that, but Hopefully that helps the applicant understand.
Yeah.
Right. Any other questions from the board? All right, then are we ready to deliberate? If so, I'll ask board members to turn on your cameras. Mr. Izadi, can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
mute? Can you mute? We're hearing you talk.
Sorry about that.
Thanks. So I'm still in support of the staff report here. I mean, I think there's the combined issue of the amount of demolition that's required in order to add this roof deck and the roof addition, I'll say, along with the visibility of the addition, that is an issue. And so I support the staff report.
I agree, and I'll second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just one thing. In the previous month's discussion, deliberation, I brought up the kind of articulation of the T Street facade, and it's helpful to see that additional detail here. I just note there are some inconsistencies between what's shown on the renderings and what's shown on the elevation. So I would just ask that staff continue to work with the applicant to refine those details in their, final permit review.
All right. Any other comments as a part of discussion? All right, then I'll ask all those in favor of the motion to say aye.
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 Anyone oppose? All right, so the motion carries. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. We're ready to proceed with our next application at 1717 Kenyon Street Northwest. Is staff ready to present?
Good afternoon. This is Tim Dene for the staff.
Tim?
I'm hoping I can make up a little time here, given the late hour. The issue that brings us before the board is the fact that there's a lot of structural demolition, and that affects the appearance of the rear of the building too. But the staff recommended that either the amount of demolition be reduced, or there be some kind of balancing, some kind of mitigation through restoration elsewhere. And particularly, we recommended that the facade could be restored by the removal of the siding that's been there for some decades and the repair of the underlying masonry. As you can see, the applicant has decided to accept that challenge, not himself liking the siding, and has removed it and has commenced with the idea of restoration. So there are a few details to be worked out. Those are not before you today, but we believe that this is an issue that can be delegated to staff. The other issue that was clarified since the application is that the front windows will be replaced and that we now have a window product specified. That's the kind of day-to-day thing that the staff can handle easily. So we would recommend that you support the idea of restoration as mitigating or compensating for the proposed demolition. I would say one other thing though, with the siding, I think that that front door surround came along with the siding project, so we'd also like to see that restored with the presumably underlying transom exposed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Tim. To the applicant, I would say if you are in agreement with what staff has proposed based on what you're showing us now, you can either do a really abbreviated presentation or just say we're in agreement and we can move forward. But I'll give you the floor to let us know where you are.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Joe Heisey. I'm representing the owner
he is also on listening in. As addressing the surround on the front door, we agree. We had just discussed and will remove that, as I describe it, hideous colonial surround, and will restore the clear story above the as well. If you go to the next slide here, it actually the owner was able to find a door that matches the adjoining door, which is original to the property. Otherwise, yes, we appreciate the staff report as far as going through with the renovations to the rear as well. The intent here was to keep this as a single family home and trying to keep the construction in that rather than converting it to a 2-unit and having to do a 3rd floor addition and a rear addition as well. So that's why we are retaining the existing footprint of the structure and restoring the front as has been suggested. Otherwise, I'll leave it at that. If you have any other questions, I'll address those. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board?
I just wondered really quickly about the condition of some of the interior elements. Like, do you need to demolish the stair? And, did you look at an opportunity to flip your floor plan to keep the stair if the stair is in good condition and you could allow to keep some floor framing? Or is this building just in a condition of demolition by neglect, that it's in such poor shape that nothing retains its value? Or what's going on that requires full demolition of everything behind the facade?
Well, I will say I'm the owner. I've lived in Mount Pleasant 30 years. And as you know, maybe you don't know, but the Kenyon Street properties all have had some settlement because it was built over a stream sometime. So the north side's a little better than the south side, but still there's been settlement. So the whole first floor is very wavy. And the basement here is particularly low. So we needed to add a couple inches of height if possible, and without having to do full underpinning, because nowadays that is costing me an extraordinary amount of money. So we're trying to get our 7 feet. And there is I actually live in my row house is completely restored, and I love all the old woodwork. This one has almost nothing in it left to preserve, so I don't feel bad about doing what I'm proposing to do. There's just not much. And then, the old garage setup is just obsolete and structurally creates a lot of problems. So to renovate. So that's why we're doing as much interior work. I mean, the opposite side stairs, which is actually kind of unique too for Mount Pleasant, is not a great setup. So those are the reasons we're doing it.
Any follow-up questions from you, Gretchen, or is that it? Okay. All right. Any other questions from the board? All right. If there are none, I will ask that we turn on our cameras for deliberation. And we'll keep this simple and make a motion that we support the staff report.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you all for making this relatively easy and getting us to lunch faster. We're now ready for our lunch break. Do we want to take 30 minutes still?
I'm okay with 15 since we just have 2 cases now.
Okay.
If everybody else, I'll leave
Yeah,
everybody else.
as long as the applicants are ready to move earlier, then that would be great.
It would put us, I think
put
that
us
puts
back
us
on
back on time.
Then that's fine, yeah.
Okay, yep, it puts us back on time. So, and the last applicant has been notified that the Talbot Street application was deferred, so they are going to join us early. So we should be able to move through the last two. All right, so I'll see you at 12:30.
Great.
Except for me, Madam Chair, as a reminder.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for that reminder,
No
Patrick.
problem. Yeah.
We will see you next month.
Have a safe
Okay.
holiday,
Great
Patrick.
holiday.
Okay.
Great.
You all as well. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon. It's now 12:30 and we're ready to resume our afternoon hearings for today. Our next application is at 3343 18th Street Northwest in Mount Pleasant Historic District. I'll ask staff to present first and then we'll hear from the applicant.
Afternoon, it's Tim Dene again. The proposal is for a garage with a loft story. I pointed out in the staff report some sort of practical and regulatory considerations, and some, I think, revisions of details by the applicant that will add up to some changes to the plans. But fundamentally, this is what you are to expect. The project comes before you because it's larger than staff is delegated to approve administratively. And I think the principal issue is whether a second story and its height are compatible here. There are some carriage houses with lofts down toward part of the sort of the eastern terminus of such structures that are on the north side of Park Road in the 1800 and 1900 blocks as well. Somewhat distinct from the row house pattern of development. There were earlier larger frame buildings. This property does have next to it a one garage with a second or loft story, a little bit shorter than the proposed. It's not an original feature that the next door garage. It was a one-story garage that was subsequently modified. We thought it might be, given that two-story garages are not common in Mount Pleasant, and the board has supported them sort of right behind Park Road and also on the west side of 19th Street, where they're built into a steep grade. That elsewhere, the board's generally not been supportive, but we think that in this particular context with the structure next door and the structures down at the south end of the alley, that it's supportable, but we thought that to be conservative and keep the height down as much as possible, that perhaps a foot could be taken out of the height of the garage bay, so that you could still get a standard 7-foot door with the overrun. And that's our report.
All right, is the applicant ready to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide. There are but 6 of them, and some of this was, I should thank Tim in advance very, very much, because he kind of walked me through this. I made the decision, controversial perhaps, to permit this on my own, so Tim has been extremely helpful and we've been back and forth on this. He suggested that I put in sort of a, I don't know, ersatz rendering of what it could look like in the space, which is why there are these slides. Effectively, it's just a 1-car garage with a half-story for storage. It's quite a few other fairly large garages on the street. Tim was very helpful in summarizing a lot of this in the staff report. I should skip to the end by saying that what I'm asking is that you do accept it, but unlike Tim recommends, the staff report recommends that you allow me to keep that extra foot for a couple reasons. So I'll get into that in a moment. We've tried very hard to make sure that it matches the neighborhood. We've been very close contact with our 2 neighbors. You can see from the photo that our southern neighbor, we actually have taken down the fence between our properties. And so yes, we're very close with all of our neighbors. They're very strongly in support of this. For one reason, it seems that people keep hopping over our fence and taking things out of their backyard. So they're pleased to have that vector removed. But in any event, one of the things that came up here, and I've circled it in blue just as we move by it, it was recommended that we, to avoid the gutters interacting with one another, build up just a little bit over the gutter to our
northern neighbor, Jean-Claude and Grace, which they're fully on board with. So I suppose that's one of the reasons for the greater height. The other is that the primary use of this is actually not a car, but for bikes. And when we're hanging bikes from ceilings and everything else, that extra foot actually makes a very big difference for me. So very much asking that we could have that extra foot. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide. This is a view from the alley. I realize that because my iPhone photo is not so great, it's not the best photo you could imagine. The northern neighbor, basically everyone on this street has garages, but for some of the southern neighbors. My neighbor immediately to the north is at about 15 and a half, 16 feet. I'm asking for 18 feet, might be 18 and a half. I don't remember the exact number. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide. This is my ask. The staff recommends that we lose a foot. We're just asking whether or not you would be willing to allow us to continue doing that, to keep that foot. Tim also made the great suggestion that the two corners on the masonry are maybe a little thick. I measured some of the other corners in our alley. They have similarly thin corners, but none of them are brick. They're all made out of wood and other things. There's very few that are brick. Some of them are also siding. I don't know that I feel strongly about that. If you all feel strongly, I certainly want to keep the tenor of the neighborhood. The reason that we've thinned them up a little bit is just because for future proofing, you could theoretically fit two cars if we keep them nice and thin. So if it's not, we don't have two cars, we hope never to have two cars. But so as to keep that potential in the house, we would ask that you basically give it to us with our asked for height and our asked for thinned down corners, but I don't feel nearly as strongly about the corners as I do about the height. If you would advance to the next slide, there are but 3 remaining. This is the end of the alley. There is a big 2-lot garage on our alley. You can see I've circled our house sort of down there at the end in the little stack of garages. Michael, who was responsible for building this, you guys permitted it, I think it was about 5 years ago, based on his memory and Google Maps. His is 19 feet, mine is a foot below that. He said that he did his in siding because his main house was in siding, and you all very much like to see that continuity. So we're doing ours in brick so that we can match our house, which is in brick. So we're very supportive of keeping the tenor of the alley, but given that you had approved one of this height already, I had hoped that you would allow me to keep a height that is less than this. They also, I think, have water and can occupy it. We have no intention of doing that. We only have windows on that sort of storage story, which is only going to be 4 feet high anyway, for the purposes of getting some light in there. It's mostly for kids' bikes and lawn furniture. If you would go to the next slide, which I believe is the second to last, these are just other renderings of some of the other garages on the alley. It is the sad truth that the eastern side of the alley is just a bunch of big non-historic high-rises, so it is not particularly attractive as an alley. Some of the garages that do have thinner and taller elevations are unfortunately not in such great shape. I'm hoping that by putting brick in, we won't have to worry about the peeling paint that I think a lot of other folks have to deal with. And then if you would go to our last slide, Tim had asked a lot of questions and helped me quite a bit with making sure that the I don't know what you call windows and doors, the fixtures, the finishes are approved, and we're happy to work with all of that as well. So we're really just asking you that you, despite Tim's hard work on this, give us that foot of height that Tim recommends that we take out. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Tim, quick question for you. Did the board approve the garage that he's noted as 19 feet? Did that come
Yes,
through? the board?
a few of the present members of the board were on the board at that time. There was a carriage house with the loft there, and it had a lot of repairs to it and needed others. So the applicants made the argument that they needed to tear it down. That was something that actually the staff had opposed. The board, however, approved it, and a sort of reconstruction, which is not sort of aesthetically unpleasant, but not a precise reconstruction, and a little bit larger in volume than the original building was. So that's the story behind that. The present structure could, I think, easily be frame as well. The accessory buildings in Mount Pleasant were frequently not built at the same time as the row houses. Typically, the row houses were not served by automobiles immediately, but occasionally. So that's one way to go as far as kind of the expression of, walls are different in terms of the way openings are handled with a masonry wall versus a frame wall. With a 10-inch corner, you basically have a one brick with this thinnest sliver of a queen closer. If you folks are familiar with masonry. So when it comes time to actually build it, you're sort of scratching your head to figure out what to do, and it looks rather thin.
Okay. Thank you. Questions from other board members?
One other thing I would note, sorry to speak out of turn, Madam Chair, is that
No, go ahead.
a lot of the renderings that my architect did, he claims they're just the standard software windows and doors. So please don't necessarily follow those. And Tim and I had exchanged emails about whether or not, in order to match our northern neighbor, which is to the right-hand side of the current rendering, whether 3 windows would be important or not. The one thing I asked, and he seemed to agree with, is I don't like the way that they've done brick and stucco. So I was just going to do brick in the entire space. But you can see, just for comparison purposes, the space next to our neighbor's garage door. I'm sorry, Tim, I don't remember what that's called, but that little brick wall that's right there. The one you're looking at right here is 16 inches, so ours is 10. So I don't know if that's helpful for visual comparison.
Yeah, I think that is helpful because you see it is 2 stretchers wide, which is which sort of makes a certain practical sense, as well as being a typical masonry expression of a bearing wall.
Because they closed in their garage door there, and they actually have people living in that. I think that's not actually a real garage door anymore. It's effectively just a wall that they made to look like a garage door. Ours would actually be a garage door. But again, I don't feel as strongly about the sides of the building. If you all feel strongly about that, I would like to leave any future occupants of our house the ability to have 2 cars if they so choose. And I think once we go up to 16 inches on the side, or even 12 or 13 inches on the side, you'd lose that ability. But the height is relatively important to me. If you all could go ahead and approve that, like Michael at the end of the alley.
Okay. All right, thank you. Is the board ready to deliberate on this then? All right. Anyone want to start?
I agree with the staff report.
Okay. Anyone differ? Okay. I assume that would be the case, so yeah. I am going to make a motion then that we support the staff report and ask for a second.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for your consideration. If I wanted to sort of politely ask for reconsideration, do you know, is there a website or something that tells me how I go about asking that? And would you mind telling me why, so that I can take that forward?
You'll have to work with staff. I don't know that there's a basis for reconsideration. If you have new information, sometimes that can be brought back to, I mean, you'd go through staff, but sometimes that can be brought back to the board, but without new information that would, could impact the board's decision, it probably, a reconsideration wouldn't be entertained, but like I said, if you have new information you want us to consider, you can do
Uh,
that. You can bring it
no,
back to us.
no new information. Thank you very much. And in terms of reasoning, the reasoning was just what was in the staff report, that just a foot less would.
We support it. Yeah, we agree with this. What we're saying is we agree with the staff and the conclusion that they came to.
Based on compatibility within the context of the historic district. Yep.
So it's the whole district. It's not my alley for future reference. When we have a fair amount of work to do in our house, so I anticipate being before you guys again. So it would be very helpful to understand how you think, so that I make sure that I follow that. The fact that another garage on the alley is taller doesn't seem to carry much weight with you. So it's more of like, what does Mount Pleasant writ large look like? Is that what I need
Well,
to?
the other garage in your alley, I wouldn't consider precedent because it's much larger than yours, and it had a carriage house that already pre-existed. So it's a slightly different case and context than your case and context. And I would say staff is one of the best staff in the United States working in historic districts. So as you're thinking about your house, start talking with them early and often, and they will give you great guidance.
Tim was very helpful, very helpful.
Yep.
I very much appreciated that. So thank you for all of your thoughts on this. This is somewhat new to me, and without writing somewhere that says you're allowed to be this tall, it's just a little hard for me to grab on to the, let's keep it a foot shorter. So it's very helpful to know the thought process. I appreciate your help.
The staff has a really good sense of what the board, of the direction the board is likely to take based on how we've ruled on previous cases, and they understand what might serve as precedent and what doesn't. So they usually give you pretty sound guidance that will give you a sense of the direction the board might take.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And we are ready to hear I think it's our last case of the day, since Talbert Street is not before us today. So is staff ready to present on 2023 11th Street?
Yeah, 1 second. I'm waiting for one of the applicants to sign. Having trouble.
Okay.
And I'll get started.
Sure. We'll give them a few minutes.
Mania, are we waiting for Min?
Yes.
Okay.
I was waiting for him. I was going to ask if he was able to get the link because we just resent it. I wasn't sure if he had called in.
I now see in our agenda we had a gap between that last case and Talbert Street of 30 minutes. So
He says that he's in, so I'm not really sure.
Yeah, he's in the attendees. I just saw him pop on. So
Oh, I see him now.
I'll let Jerry Adam move him to present. It's Min. And then I will go ahead with my staff report as we move along. I think we didn't have reviews. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So welcome. Good afternoon, all. I'm Anya Price with the U Street Historic District. The applicant with plans prepared by Clay Development seeks a conceptual review for a rear 4-story addition and 1-story addition on top of a 2-story building in the U Street Historic District on 11th Street. The property is in a center row of 6, built in 1895 by architect R.J. Beal. The brick 2-story structure sits on a raised basement with a 2-story bay projection and a turret on the bay roof. The site is across the street from a non-historic multi-unit development and 4-story or 4 buildings down from the new construction development on 11th Street. The project calls for the construction of 4-story rear addition of varying materials of stucco, brick, and wood siding. The addition will project 49 feet from the rear of the existing into the rear yard. The 1-story addition has a sloped roof that will be constructed on the roof of the existing 2-story building. It will be set back by 20 feet and include a roof deck that extends to the front of the building. The 1-story addition transitions to a lowered roof into an upper slope stairway that leads to a 4th floor of the addition with a roof deck and a wall parapet at the top. The 4-story addition would be approximately 44 feet in height with interior panels that drop the floors to be offset by the existing floor levels. The result is a 4-story that will be around 5 feet taller than a 1-story addition, roof addition. The plan also calls for wood aluminum clad windows on the front elevation. This 2-story addition, this 2-story building could accommodate a rear addition, as we've seen on 10th Street. The proposed 4-story addition is incompatibly large for the building, however, and for the historic district. We did do a flag test, and the 4th floor is going to be set back pretty significantly. However, it will be visible from the south, rising above the historic building, so that's opposite of the 6-story new building construction. The HPO recommends that the board find that a 3-story rear addition be more compatible than the 4th floor addition, and that roof deck be removed. As a result of the sightline studies, the 1-story addition on top of the roof, existing roof might not be visible from the street. They could be visible by oblique trees, which is why they've sloped the roof. There should be a condition that it won't be visible from the front. The board has also not generally approved roof decks on the front portion of historic buildings out of concern that the furniture and railing elements will be visible. The front roof deck should be removed or pulled back substantially from the front facade of the building. I believe they have done some of these options that they want to present in their presentation in their package. HBO is recommending that the board find the proposed addition, roof addition and front deck to be incompatible, but that a 3-story rear addition and 1-story roof addition with the pulled back front deck could be compatible. I will turn it over to the architect to talk about their initial proposal as well as an option for revision that they have.
Thank you, Mania. Hello, everybody. My name is Carlos Piana. I'm working with owner Min Train on this concept review. We want to thank you all for the opportunity to present our proposal for the development of 4 additional units. We have been talking with Imania on how to get this approved. So we do understand the importance of the facade as a defining feature of the building and crucial element of the historic streetscape. In addition to preserving the front facade, we have designed the new units to be minimally visible from the public view. The construction will be set back and integrated in such a way that it will not detract from the historic appearance of the building or the surrounding area. Our concept ensures that the additional units are discrete and harmonious with the existing architecture. We also engage with local preservation experts and follow guidelines provided by Historic Preservation Office. to ensure compliance with all relevant regulations and standards. Our aim is to enhance the usability of the property while maintaining its historical significance. Furthermore, the materials and design elements chosen for the units have been carefully selected to complement the original structure. We believe that this development will not only provide much needed housing, but would also serve as an example on how modern development can coexist with historic preservation. As used in the first slide, you can see where the building is located. Sorry, one slide less. Right. So the property is the center building of 6-row houses. The original proposal that we have was a 4-story rear contemporary addition with different materials, varying of stucco, brick, and wood siding. The materials were changed because the ANC, even though we have full support, they decided that maybe it will look better if we were to do everything with brick. And so we decided to change also and follow the recommendations from Mania. The staff recommended that we lowered the addition at the rear to be more in line with the 1-story addition at the front. So we also did that as well. You can see in the second slide. Right. So the one in red, it's the original concept that we have, where it was taller, and according to the staff recommendation, we needed to change it to be lowered. The next,
Your changed options are at the end of your formal presentation, so we want to move them to this one and you can show them there.
I see. Okay. So all the way, maybe the next slide, then, Imania. So this is the original concept, and I know that the problem or that we have was the mass, that it was significantly bigger, but we do have this new building, 4 doors next to us, which is the on 11th and U. That is a 6-story building that basically it's significantly bigger than everything else around there. In the next slide, we can see what was our original proposal, where it's basically this whole addition at the rear. The 4-story was not visible from anywhere at the front. The only visible part was the front addition, and just at a little corner, very minimal from not the front at all, but from U Street and 11th Street. The next slide. Well, these are just the proposed floor plans. And this is how we proposed originally to be offset, so that the 4th floor addition isn't as tall. It was just 5 feet taller than the front addition. In the next slide, it is showing how tall it could be in relationship with the new building that it's being built at the moment or finishing up. Then on the north elevation, we can also see, oh, this is option 2. Sorry, Imania, you can go to the next slide. Yeah, this is the option 2, taking in consideration the recommendations, staff recommendations. We lower it completely. So we remove the 4th-story addition at the rear. And so we make more in line with the front addition. So it's just, and then we offset this a little bit so we can have a break. We also did all the changed materials to brick. The next slide. And this is how kind of sort of the it reads with the neighborhood. There's also a building right in front of us, which is not historic, but it's tall as well. So mass-wise, I think we're okay. This is the rendering and the visibility from the very far corner of 11th and U Street, as you can see at the bottom right. That little piece is what you see. And it's not even the rear addition, it's just the front. And it's a corner, which that's why we also choose to do brick on there. So it reads as one element. There is no visibility from anywhere else. And the next slide, this is how it looks at the alley view at the moment. And you can see the massive structure on the left, the new building. And the next slide is just more, this is the rendering of the back or the perspective of how this is option B. And the bottom also. And then I think the next slides are just the floor plans, and some of them are moved and not to scale, but yeah, basically that's our proposal, taking in consideration the staff recommendations. So if anybody has any questions.
Could you explain about the need to do the amount of demolition inside the building that you've done? And in some of the sections, just architecturally, your stairs look very steep.
Oh yeah, those, I don't know, for some reason, they're not like that. They're basically 7 inches risers. So they're not steep. I think it's the way the PowerPoint presentation shrinked it or something. It's not really done correctly. I don't know what happened in there. It's not the presentation that I sent, but it has moved a little bit. The interior demolition, all the demolition that we're doing is basically because this property has been renovated at some point, and there's no nothing to be salvaged at this point. I think the house before Min bought it, the owner, has been vacant for a while, for maybe like a year. So there is a lot of damage inside already.
So if you could clarify, the staff report has written references, I think, a 4-story rear addition, but you're proposing possibly a second option here, which would be a 3-story rear addition.
Correct, Bill. So basically, our original concept was to maximize the standard developments of, the zoning, which is, 65 feet high, a floor ratio of 3.8, and a lot coverage of 8. So with that taken into consideration, then it wasn't visible for the front. We decided to go big in mass, I guess. And then when we met with Imania, we had that brought up that maybe we should remove the parapet walls and maybe make it more aligned with the front addition. So basically, the second option is removing the 4th rear story addition.
And you said something about the material. So remind me what's being proposed for, I guess.
So originally, since it's a row home, row houses, the potential of the neighbors to build next to us, it's there. So we didn't want to obviously put brick, but the ANC, which we had full support, they still recommended that we do brick on the sides. So that's one of the changes that we incorporated in this new option B.
Thank you. I do think that is a helpful change because the oblique walls are going to be the most visible, I think, and to see that big expanse of, IFAS or whatever it was, I think is really visually too contrasting. So thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess the question, maybe for the board, maybe for the staff, is with the changes as proposed, would we be comfortable with delegating final review to staff? I don't know if that's a question, maybe for Marnique or for Amanya, because it seems like this change has been made, but it no longer reflects what's written in the staff report.
Well, it,
Or the information we have in the folder.
yeah,
Or the
it's
information in
different
the
from,
folder.
yeah, this
Okay.
isn't in the folder for us, so this was all new. But I think Amania was recommending approval of a 3-story rear. Correct, Amania?
Yes, so they wanted to present this option to the board, in response to the ANC's comments as well. I was going to stick with my original staff, report, and allow for the board to either adopt the staff report and ask that with additional comments, and ask that the applicant, continue to work with staff on this new option, which is one of my first time seeing it as well. We can do that. It's up to you if you would like to see the project return or if you would like to delegate to staff.
Thank you both for clarifying that.
Okay. All right. You mentioned the ANC supports this, but we don't have an ANC letter in the file. Can you?
I don't think you guys have, we haven't received the official letter.
Okay.
Tucker, we've been in touch with Tucker, but I think he's been busy.
Did you present to the full ANC?
Yes, to the full ANC, yes.
And they supported it?
Yeah, supported it, correct.
Unanimously?
Basically, yes.
And that was the 4-story, not this new.
Correct, that was the 4th story.
Okay.
So did the floor plan simplify too from what we're looking at? Because I don't know, this is more an architectural critique than a preservation issue, but I think I'm seeing like there's five, maybe 6 different stairs. Some of them just go between a mezzanine and a regular level. And then there's a spiral stair that goes up through the middle of the building. I'm just finding it confusing to understand your floor plan. And then looking at the drawings, like I said, that seem like some of the, and in my screen, it's not distorted, but the rise and run just seem questionable to me.
So let me,
in terms of the height that you're going for the floor to floor. I just wonder about the functionality of it.
yes, so I want to see what plans are you looking at, because on the presentation on the screen at the moment, for some reason they're rotated and they're not scaled correctly. It's kind of like distorted. So it's hard.
I am looking at sheet A02 dated 2/12/24.
Perfect. So I guess you have the basement level, the first level, the second level, the third level, and roof level, or you have a 4th level.
I have roof, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and basement.
Correct. So what you're seeing is basically the original concept, which the main level or the basement level, it's 1 unit. So you enter that unit through the basement entrance, below the main entrance of the building. Up the stairs, you get to a foyer, a small foyer, and then you get to unit number 2, which is at the current level of the house. Then you step down to what it will be the rear addition. It is 6 risers or 5 risers down. So that's why we're saying that the rear addition is offset from the main level of the house, about 3.5 feet lower. That's a set of stairs that goes to the same unit, it's just lower. And then if you continue on the main entrance, you keep going up, and then there is the entrance at a landing where you go to unit number 3, and it is basically the same concept. You get to the main level, which is the existing level of the second story right now, or the second floor existing, and then you go lower you go down the steps to the rear addition. So I suppose if you can see maybe somewhere there was a section, you will be able to.
I do have sheet 805. I guess, Chair Heath, I'm wondering if maybe since we're all sort of looking at this new proposal virtually only and not in the box, would you and I guess would other, and I don't know, this is kind of jumping the gun on deliberation, but it would give staff chance to work with the applicant to make refinement to make sure the staff report really is what's being shown really is aligning with the recommendations. It would give Amani a time to review that. If it could come, maybe we don't vote on this today and we vote next month, because I don't think we have a continuation meeting this month, right? So
We
maybe
don't.
next month
Mhm.
that we would vote on this.
I would support that. I mean, given that this is the first time we're seeing these drawings and we can't look at them ourselves. And I'm surprised this is the first time Amani is seeing them too. So she'd probably find that helpful. So yeah, I would support that, Gretchen. But we can certainly give any additional comments that people might have today so that can be worked through prior to this coming back to us
If we
next
were
month
to
or
just-
whenever you're ready.
If we were just to vote on the original concept, what you are able to see, can you
The 4
provide any
stories?
feedback? Yes, correct.
I'm pretty certain we would agree with the staff report that 4 stories is too much.
Correct.
So we haven't voted on that, but I see nodding heads as I'm speaking. So yeah, we would not approve the 4 stories.
Okay, so I guess
More than likely, we have not voted on it, but it's very unlikely we would support 4 stories.
okay.
Just
Are there
one more
any-
question on the previous set,
Go ahead.
Mr. Piana. The basement that you have is all beyond the row houses, or does part of the new lower basement area overlap on 2021 11th Street?
So right now the existing basement has an underpinning permit to be lowered to 9 feet.
That's what I was asking. Yep. Okay. So you will mention in your next presentation that you have an underpinning permit in place for the basement. Okay.
For the existing basement.
Yeah. That's what I was asking. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts to share?
I think, Mr. Piana, it would be helpful to, when you present the package that you've just presented recently to the staff, if you could talk a little bit about what your approach to preservation of the materials on the existing historic facade will be. So what are you doing to the windows, the door, the doors, the brick, all of those? That will be helpful to know when you come back to present.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I guess I'm comfortable with this approach, and I will just say that what we've seen kind of tentatively today is much improved over what was, I guess, presented to us in the board package.
Okay. Any other thoughts? All right. Then thank you, Mr. Piana, for your presentation today. Now that we have this package, or staff has this package, I'm sure it will make its way into our box folder so we can review it in more detail. But if there are revisions that you're making, certainly get those worked out with staff and submitted to us in time for us to be able to review any updated packages. It's always helpful if the board gets those before we're seeing them during the hearing. because we spend quite a bit of time going through drawings in advance. So
Yeah, I think that was actually my mistake. I did send this package to Imania last Friday, but I guess I should have not sent a presentation, but actually documents to be put in the folders. Which
well,
I think,
your presentation, if you're going to prepare a presentation like this, it's great, but it should be sent in advance so that it gets into our folder. So what you're presenting, we've seen before, but we have the benefit of hearing you talk about it, and we can ask questions.
okay.
All right. All right. Well, thank you. We've reached the end of our day much earlier than I expected. So that's always a bonus. You guys get time back in your day. Have a great holiday weekend.
You
See
guys too.
next month.
Thank you for hearing us.
Sure.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Pam.
A safe holiday, everybody.
Thanks.
Her hat in the sun.
Yes.